Hello, everybody, and welcome to week 2 of season 10 of OSAS. We have for you today Sweet Boba versus Project Tides. I'm Too Soon, joined here by Kirikin, and we saw Project Tides face up against Senko's beloved Loafs during week 1. And for what they did, they held on pretty well. So, Kirikin, how do you think they'll fare against Sweeter Boba?
I'm actually kind of unsure because this is another team that has made it to top six. This is the remnants of Xbox Clip That, and last season Xbox Clip That made it fifth in SS9, only to be beaten by Seraphim Crimson. But they did beat Sengo's beloved Love. So I'm wondering whether or not this Kara Do Gamble midfield swap will do the trick for them and will propel them to a season, well, not a season 2, but a week 2 qualification into the OSAS finale bracket.
Yeah, and we see some classic picks being covered here on the side of Sweeter Boba. Rasmus locked in first on the Atlas Lab, probably going to be followed up here with the Estelle and Kai. This will offer Sweeter Boba a lot of range control. But on the other side here, with Project Tides, we have Aimi, Asher, and Vice. That comp can do quite a bit of damage despite not having a dedicated brawler. So we'll have to see how the game plan so far shift the tide with this built diff and Spark of Agility start.
I mean, to start off, I see MC Thunder and Bree both going very kill-based away, or kill-based gears. In particular, going Siphoning Wand on the Vice and Plumbers on the Asher. Even with the big push, it's going to just do so much damage.
Yeah, and that was a real swift point there for Sweeter Boba. An unfortunate McDouble for Emerald Volcano gets hit stunned by the pendulum swing, and right now it is Sweeter's Boba coming out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, this team has been really showing a lot of dominance within even like last bracket. Like even though they placed fifth, they were like still a really good team. And even though Karasu isn't on his actual like pick, he usually wants to play Rasmus in this angle. Doesn't really matter since Sukuna also is a really great brawler, especially on Rasmus.
Yeah. And we talked about how kills might come into play here, but it's for the wrong team. Power play right now for Sweeter Boba. Able to hold on for now. No. Great Estelle ult secures the second barrier here. Now it's Sukuna with the Whiplash, and that is another goal for Sweeter Boba.
Yeah, I mean the spark of agility is really helping out. Even though Sukuna is he's running size, but Kyra is just able to get in there really quickly. Even with the Mag Souls pick, it just allows him so much more breathing room and being able to just get into the play quicker and be able to help the Rasmus out a lot more.
Yeah. And speaking of help, MC Thunder trying to help his forward, getting something done here. One barrier down, but quick to equalize is Sweeter Boba. Flip online here, trying to find a clear. Emerald Volcano does clear topside, but a nice Giga keeps the pressure up. Flip expended. Strike Wars 1. And it's just trying to find these clears, right? Sweeter Boba is doing a great job of covering all of the options, but unfortunate barrage costs them the second barrier.
And I mean, energy is on the side of Sweeter Boba right now. Karo actually just burned the flip right there, but he's a little low though, which means that kill will be found there. So I think in general, if Project Titans can find one kill and just make it so that the Ash has a lot more speed, because again, she's running built diff. She doesn't exactly have a lot of speed, even because she has Slick Kick. She doesn't have the Slick Kicks buff. I think that if you just have one kill online, or just a lot of damage in general, if you force Cairo off, or even like any of the other characters, if you get one of them to low stagger to make them worry a lot more, that makes it a lot easier to play the video game.
Yeah, and it is built diff Vice. Not even a charged Supernova, and Sukuna's really low, but both barriers fall. Emerald Volcano, nice strike there. Rui with the flip, uses it to get that clear, trying to activate this offense. Black Hole chunks them both though. Rui, Pass Splitter, not able to find anything. That was a pass splitter, that was breakthrough. But the Whiplash, unfortunate there for Emerald Volcano. Barrage covering low and Whiplash in the face. It is Sweeter Boba holding on and taking this first set 3-1.
I mean, that was just the Karase and Sukuna combo right there. Karase just stepping right up like he usually does, even with even with core flip, he could have easily just walked up and core flipped right into Emerald Volcano's face, and could have done so much. But again, this is, I mean, it's really early on, but I think that the Sweeter Boba will be scaling a lot more because Sukuna just picked up the Demolitionist. I mean, he's been grabbing all these barriers really quickly, and the fact that you have more cooldowns just makes it that much harder for Emerald Volcano to just get it out in time.
Yeah, but cooldowns also on the side here of Project Tides. That sentry turret with the extra spec is going to be very dangerous if they can activate this offense. But oh my goodness, Crystal Rose confirming the kill there, and both barriers fall, but Emerald Volcano quick to equalize here in terms of kills, able to stop Cairo for now, and he's getting pretty low as well. All three members back online here for Project Tides, one barrier down, trying to keep possession for a second. No, nice clear found by Cairo. Sukuna and Karasu approaching here, 1v1, thwarted for now. Emerald Volcano trying to make something happen, but another member falls. It's a power play again for the side of Sweeter Boba. But Project Tide's doing a great job of keeping that core in the midfield, and that Vice is going back online now. But offense still rages forward. Whiplash almost connecting for that goal. Giga keeping Rui low and out of the defense, but a nice flip, almost taking that barrier there. Supernova not able to find anything. And even though they've been dealing with all these power plays, holding on for now, but that Death's Touch, a bit of a caster's curse. My bad, Project Tides. Sukuna able to clean it up there at the very end.
And I don't think they, I mean, they kind of just left Sukuna out there in the open, and again, if he has that Death Touch online, it's going to be really hard to predict when he's going to throw it him, or where he's going to throw it in particular. But again, I think they just need to confirm it. If they can confirm one kill, and just hold the defense together, as they've been doing basically all game, as they've been being pressured constantly by Sukuna and Cairo, if they can just get one kill, again, it could just be a giant turning point, even if Karasu has flipped.
Yeah, and they're trying to continue holding on. That Death's Touch almost let the core slip by, but a nice strike from Emerald Volcano there. Unfortunately, a flip costing MC Thunder their life there. This Asher can't really help on that defense. That Sentry Turret committed, though, with the flip in hand. Wasted, though. Nice strike from Cairo. But they hold on for now, buying MC Thunder enough time. Sukuna with the core, though. Flip expended. Pass to the Vice. Not trying to find anything, though. Black Hole Pop. There's two flips on the side here of Sweeter Boba. Let's see how they use them. There's one. Nice pass. A beautiful shot from Sukuna to the bottom side off that flip. The energy econ is absolutely in the favor of Sweeter Boba here. Just better management in general.
Yeah, and I think that even with the amount of kills that's been going on as well, I think just the team play coordination is just vastly different, because we see Sukuna and Cairo both forming the triangle that we all know and love, where you just be able to attack the barrier really quickly, and it doesn't seem the same way for Project Tides, as MC Thunder and Ruri feel like they're just playing out of sync.
Yeah, but it's not only the lack of coordination, it's also the superior positioning of Sweeter Boba, disconnecting the coordination, cutting the passes. But we see that Sparks might be a little bit dead this draft. However, a few strong options coming here for the side of Sweeter Boba. Spec training denied, but with how Sukuna has been using Death's Touch, not a bad pick for him at all.
I mean, he's connected on a lot of these hooks, actually. Like, he's been hooking the goalie, he's been hooking the core, he's been hooking people off the map. It's just gonna get a lot more easier for him, and even for Asu picking up the spark of focus, as well as having just the agility spark, and just enables him a lot more when he's eventually going to be pushing up.
Yeah, and already that familiar swarm, all three members pushing up, even though they're low, it doesn't matter. The pressure from Sweeter Boba is absolutely insane.
I mean, I think that Super Surge is going to put in so much work, as Kara's been finding like the greatest Stellaries, and he's been playing this midfield so well, to the point where it's kind of impossible for MC Thunder and both Ruri to cover him, because again, he just found another kill.
Yeah, it's a beautiful confirm, punishing MC Thunder for straying too close to the edge there, and both barriers fall once more, but a nice trade from Rui, trying to neutralize that offense for now. It's Cairo with the core, though. Beautiful strike force from Emerald Volcano. They're holding on for now, and they need to make something happen. Path Splitter, Barrier Beam, that second barrier falls. They still have the core in their hands. Let's see if they can get that goal, but nice defense from Karasu. Hasn't been forced to play too much of that. An unfortunate angle there. Rui Kaz's a bit. That was a free goal. Death's Touch almost mixing up Emerald Volcano as the sentry turret coming online to mitigate any potential offense. But, I mean, so far, Project Tides hasn't been able to capitalize on any of the opportunities they're given. Emerald Volcano, despite the work that they've been putting in the goal arc, both barriers dropping too soon, and it is set point, match point for Sweeter Boba, who has been doing an excellent job of punishing all of Project Tide's mistakes.
Yeah, it just kind of shows difference of. I wouldn't really say difference of skill that can come into OSS, because again, you have teams like Sweeter Boba that are just completely dominating the game, and then you have some teams that do show like actual improvement, as in like Project Tides, as they find the kill right there. But like again, it just comes with practice, and the main part of I think what can be done with OSS is that you just need to have a lot of team coordination, as we see Sweeter Boba just being able to coordinate a lot better can lead to this game being turned around really quickly.
Yeah, but Project Tide's trying to turn this around starting now. Both barriers down for Sweeter Boba, but both barriers follow their unfortunate sentry ball flip, force, pendulum swing, intercepting the clear! And a nice flip into the top shot. It is Sweeter Boba taking all 3 sets, and they win their first round of Swiss in an absolutely spectacular fashion.
That's just a very dominant showing. I think they won 9-0. I'm unsure. I'd have to check that. But no, they did not win 9-0. They dropped 1 point, but still, like, I mean, the amount of redirects in comparison, like, most of the team had, like, well, I wouldn't say the same amount of redirects, but both Sukata and Karasu and Kyra were doing they're doing their job for the most part, and those redirects and shots really were in perfect position to just score on Emerald Volcano compared to the other team, where Emerald Volcano had just had a lot of redirects, while MC Thunder and Ruri didn't really have as much.
Unrelenting pressure from Sweeter Boba, the story of this game. Emerald Volcano, a valiant attempt in the goal arc, but unfortunately not enough. But when we come back, it is round 2 of OSAS Swiss, so don't go anywhere. And we are back with round 2 of OSA Swiss. We have for you 2.5 players versus Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid. And Kiri, there's some interesting lore behind this match, no?
Yeah, I mean, the lore goes so hard here. So, fun fact, JP Mac used to play used to play for some Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid. And I know this because I used to play in Osus, and I used to kind of talk not nicely to them because I knew their team was bad. But hey, we're back. Shafiq is on goalie this time, which is like awesome. And now we can see Seraphim Cherry. And let's see if Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid can beat their old teammate.
Yeah, they have been in the hyperbolic time chamber for just a little bit, Cherry Kool-Aid, and I'm excited to see how far they've improved. Back when Oxblood was first being becoming a team, they were the people we scrimmed against, and then it was Crimson. So I'm excited to see their progress. It's been a little bit, but unfortunately, we have to play on Inky Splash Zone, probably the majority of this community's least favorite map, simply because of the accursed water cannon. Navigating that is going to be a little bit jank, a little bit difficult, but on both teams, we have Asher Vice Atlas versus X Rasmus Estelle. A little bit of an unorthodox team comp coming from 2.5 players. Not quite sure what their game plan is with the Rasmus goalie, which is a little bit weird in of itself. But it's a Spark of Resilience start and a Demolitionist start. So we're going to have some pretty beefy boys here up on the field.
What the heck? I just heard the other caster just diss-talk my favorite map. Oh my god. But I mean, the team comps in general, as you said earlier, they're kind of unorthodox. I mean, X on Inky Splash Zone isn't my favorite. I kind of have very bad memories from it. But I think X navigates the water cannon a little bit better than before, because I think that if you just sit with X if you do get a barrier, which can happen against the Asher, it might be very easy to just sit in the water cannon and just be able to just win for fun.
Yeah, it was a swift first point there off the back of that water cannon, which causes so much despair. Cherry Kool-Aid looking to bounce back here and answer. So far, it is Insane, almost with a flip, trying to keep the pressure. Unfortunately, drops that core there. Jenny trying to set something up here, denied with Shadow and JP. And this has been a stark contrast to the last set, right? A lot slower play, a lot more positional play, not a lot of hit dumping going on here. Trying to maneuver the core. There's the flip, though, and the expanse just a little bit too late. -1 for Cherry Kool-Aid. A flip to handle the Supernova from JP. They're trying to answer here, but unfortunately, not anything is coming here. Water cannon online, almost taking Vice's life there. Shafiq holding on for now, though. And an unfortunate whiplash costs 2.5 players their barrier. A flip in the face of that water cannon isn't going to do anything. This expanse is committed, and that core went red with no cooldown. Shafiq, unfortunately, not able to hold on there. Okay, Hurricane is dead. So we're going back into the action. Insane with a quick first barrier. JP Mac trying to keep the pressure up. That water cannon going to wreak havoc when it is pressed, and there it is. Bull Rush not connecting, though. Pressure neutralized for now. Is Cherry Kool-Aid holding on? Where is my other caster? Shadow Egress trying to set something up here. A nice bounce, almost finding that goal there, but Shafiq with a nice strike, or Path Splitter not finding anything. This Rasmus is so huge with that pendulum swing. Expanse shrinking. The creation nerfed itself, and it is 2.5 players going up here 3-0. They kind of just steamrolled every single point there, and let's see if my other caster will respond as I sit here in silence for 3 seconds.
Okay, well, Kurigan's not here, but I'm here, okay? I'll save you. Heading into the
Hooray!
draft, the pick that I do have my eyes on that is taken immediately is that Fight or Flight. It is an open map after all. Inky Splash Zone, such a wide space to cover, and that additional speed doing a lot of work. I'm surprised the Atlas didn't take the missile prop. That really unlocks your capabilities on this map in particular. In general, Atlas really benefiting from that on the primary. As the rest of the draft goes, though, I think that despite it all, you got to be happy if you are 2.5 players. You got the Fighter Flight, you got the extra special on Insane Membrane, and yeah, nothing too great overall for Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid. Of course, Double Spark is nice and all, but the reach is just not quite there.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Shafreak is able to make the use of this extra speed, but we saw it come into play just a little bit there, able to cut upwards to Insane Membrane, and H-Diff with a beautiful breakthrough hit stunning JP Mac, and the core just sinks through. A beautiful point there from Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid. They're finding their footing despite a rather lackluster draft.
I mean, that draft was kind of... I mean, it was okay for the time being. I think Atlas getting a lot more speed could help in general if Shafreak is able to navigate the X a lot more carefully than before. And I think that if he just plays right in front of the X, he doesn't really have a lot of speed, even though it's demo and extra special and a little bit hard to play against. But I think with speed, it might be a lot easier to navigate.
An unfortunate own goal from Shafreak, a little bit too sharp on the back pass to the midfield. That's awkward. You hate to see it, but it's 1-1. They're looking to bounce back here with the core early on X Maximus intercepting Jenny. H-Dip with the core trying to make something happen, but a nice blink, cutting all the momentum. JP Mac forcing it through with that breakthrough, using the size to the fullest there, but a nice pass from Jenny. Jen almost getting that barrier. Good coverage from both members of 2.5 players. Supernova coming out and into fruition, but holy, what a snipe from Shadow Egress. It's a power play now for 2.5 players, but Insane Membrane looking really low, but the barrier does drop. X Maximus trying to peel, trying to have some impact, and the impact it did have. JP Mac able to come up all the way to the top off that power play, and the two surviving members of Cherry Kool-Aid either locked or out of position to deal with it.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, the first kill on Shafreak was just unfortunate, but again, I think that the way that Seraphim Cherry are playing, they're playing a little bit, I think they're playing a little bit risky in general, because we haven't seen them evade any of any of X's attacks so far. Like, they've been just walking into it for the time being, and they haven't been evading anything really, which leads to getting barriers and having to be stun locked for the time being, and that just leads many of 2.5 players to just get it right into the net.
Yeah, their positioning has been dominant. Fortunately, Cherry Kool-Aid kind of getting called out here with free kills being donated and free goals as well. With the heavy impact being denied off that Vice, who opts to scale with the Sparks a little bit more. 1-2 on that X, who has been battering and bruising Shafreak, is going to be a little bit scary as the twin drive comes through. So far, this is a pretty neutral draft. Peak performance is actually going to be insane for Shafreak, who has that spark of resilience and agility. It's a lot of speed coming out on that Atlas. We'll have to see if he can cover his own barrier a little bit better than he has been doing, but pass player to win that first core interaction. Cherry Kool-Aid trying to make something happen, but the pendulum swing from midfield practically taking that barrier. Shafreak with the expanse buying some time. Oh no! Unfortunately, Vice was stuck in that secondary animation and could not strike that core. But for what they've shown, Cherry Kool-Aid, they held on a little bit longer than what they have been so far.
Yeah, and I think that in general, Shafreak's kind of, I mean, it feels like the entirety of Cloud are playing a little bit scared. Like I wouldn't say it's it's not incomplete, but it feels very not like them to play like this. I feel like they would have a little bit of a sort of better showing in general, because I've seen this team play before. Like even with JP Mac on, like this team, I've played them in scrims at one point in time in the Seraphim court. So I wouldn't say they're like the worst. They're a bad team. I feel like they're just not ready for the pressure that's about to come on them so far, which has definitely been shown so far.
Yeah, but an open barrier situation and one of the lengthiest points thus far. Looked wasted, but Shafreak holding on for now that speed. He's zooming across that stage. H-Dip trying to make something happen here. Death's Touch covering the bottom shot as Estelle ult gives X the core, and Shafreak unable to win his 50 out of position once more.
I think he's just being caught. I think he's just getting caught lacking. I feel like he's in the position sometimes, but at the same time, he just doesn't expect something to happen. I think the main reason that he's playing Atlas is kind of just have the free luxury of being able to stop everything out, which he is doing right now. But he's using his abilities a little bit too consciously, and whenever he actually needs them, he has to like work his way around having to deal with a next, and it just makes it so much worse if you have Shadow Igris just constantly feeding the core right into Membrane.
Yeah, and that water cannon taking the life of the midfield and the oh my god, no, the spin disaster for Cherry Kool-Aid, not how you want to end it. The map plus the brawler feeding 2 kills, and it is 2.5 players dominating Cherry Kool-Aid and JP Mac taking down his former teammates.
I mean, another 10-minute game on Inkies, but again, I think that Shafiq I mean, the entirety of Kool-Aid, I think, just had to play a little bit less excited. Well, I wouldn't say excited. I would more say like, I wouldn't say scared either, but like, you just had to play a little bit more patiently, because I mean, Membrane played that pretty well. I mean, he was always in the goalie's face, which you should be doing as a next player on such an open map and letting your midfield have complete control. But again, just the passing plays in general from 2.5 players, they just got it done because there was no there was no real midfielder in sight.
Yeah, Jenny was forced to play defense and was unable to contribute to the offense or the cutting of passes, which was so prevalent from 2.5 players. But that's just how it goes, folks. I mean, Inkies and a better team is a recipe for utter disaster. But when we come back, it is round 3 of Swiss. So don't go anywhere, and we might be here within 3 to 5 business days. Hello, everybody, and we are back with round 3 of Swiss. It is Senko's beloved Los versus Tic-Tac-Toe and Kurikin. Do you think that this game will be a banger that lasts more than 10 minutes?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, this is really funny because according to Senko's beloved Los brawler Cholesterol, this is his quote unquote best map. I can't wait to see my team lose.
Well, Night Market, always known for its unpredictability and its volatility with the KOs coming up from the Brawlers, but Adubu being banned Zoltage forced off the pick that they were hovering, going around the world. I pray that wasn't going to be Octigoli. Stayed on there for a little bit too long. Might just settle for the Asher. There, goodness, took forever. God.
Oh no. We were about to see Octigoli. Those stats. Oh no. I mean, they just straight up banned out Zoltage. I wouldn't really be too surprised because Zoltage is actually pretty much well known for his Dubu and Dubu only, but I think the random spam was due to him not being able to play a character other than Dubu. And I think his only pick is Dubu for the most part, so if he couldn't play Dubu then it was low-key cooked. But hey, Asher's a good solid choice.
Yeah, and we have strong brawlers in Julian Kazan and strong midfielders, I'm assuming, yes. Ami in now. Mako Asher probably in the goal box here. Both these team comps looking extremely scary. Kill power, survivability, and a whole lot of pressure packed into both of these teams on the built diff and CTL start. Yeah, size on Kazan, all that impact power and size on Julie. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a banger.
I wanna be a little bit creative here and say blah blah happy because Binai is currently playing really far up, and he's also using Strike Shot too. I mean, I told him to use Strike Shot, he's using Strike Shot. I'm very happy. But another thing is that Binai also didn't take Build Different, but I don't think Build Different on Mako would be as bad as a pick as CTL, you know?
Yeah, but what is bad is that kill found by Eludi. It's a power play now for Tic-Tac-Toe. Let's see how they capitalize, and Snare Drum's trying to buy some time. But nice defense so far. The punch not connecting. Cholesterol running beautiful interference as B-Bal comes back online. Cholesterol with the core finds that clear. And Senko's beloved Los hold for now, trying to get this second barrier. Sentry turret glitch pop, not good enough. As Ludi almost connects a beautiful dash to the top barrier. Cholesterol, nice crooked leverage and forces it through. Zoltage, open barrier situation, and the core, nice pass from B-Bal, completely unchecked, and it is Senko's beloved Los holding on and converting the first point.
I mean, that was just good siphoning by Cholesterol there. I mean, having the top spin up and then also just funneling right into B-Bal's Sentry Turret just made it just a lot easier for him to just get that second barrier and also just convert off of a great pass from B-Bal. Again, this is basically showing why this team is probably one of the better teams you should be looking at. But again, I said that last week. Look where we are now.
Now fighting for their chance to hit the qualifiers once more. Both these teams 1-1, but it is Tic-Tac-Toe on the back foot here with both barriers down. They do find one, flip in the hands of Eludi as Frosty trying to get it to them. Not trying to use it there though. B-Bal with the clear. Cholesterol and them try to get something cooking here. Unfortunately, not much happening with that breakthrough. Crooked leverage navigated beautifully by Zoltage. There's the flip, but the pass splitter to deny it. Pressure still raging forward, though. The dash not good enough as Ludi just bounces it back to B-Knight, who gladly reactivates an offense. And a beautiful interception with that dash. Cholesterol sinking in that second point for Senko's beloved Los.
I mean, both teams are playing this really slowly, and I feel like they can definitely keep it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think if Ludi finds a kill like they've had against B-Bal, they can easily convert because they also have the flip up for grabs. But again, it feels like both teams are playing this a little bit slower than they would like to, especially since Ludi has a flip up and hasn't used it yet. Taco also burning a flip there too, but like again, if you want to make this go quickly, you have to find one converting opportunity, and I think a kill on Cholesterol would be what does it.
Cholesterol has been surviving on Death's Door for a while now, but a lot of shenanigans navigated for Tic-Tac-Toe. Many scoring opportunities denied or cast, but that crooked leverage into the top shot, that one will strike true. And it is Senko's beloved Loafs going up 3-0.
Yeah, I think holding on to the flip there was sort of unnecessary, I feel like. I mean, in general, I think you should be using your burst if you have to, and the fact that Ludi didn't use it when it could have made a bigger difference than just holding on to it. Could have maybe swung the tides in Tic-Tac-Toe's favor, but at last we come to a very quick 3-0 set point for Senko's beloved Loafs.
And the draft so far definitely in the favor of Senko's, in my opinion. Might have the Colossus with that build different. Going to be absolutely disastrous on that Kazan. So much havoc will be wrecked. And a lot of CDR taken as well, though, with the Twin Drive and the Prime Time. But I do believe that Senko's draft is simply just a little bit stronger with the raw stats that are provided here, as they do take both barriers there. Bibao working the midfield with that speed gate. Nice clears found, though, from Zoltic, but there's a sentry turret, and the top spin! Caught between a rock and a hard place is Zoltic, as Cholesterol and Bibao get that first point.
Yeah, I mean, just the extra 24 power in Kazan is just so great. I mean, that even reset Zoltic's energy, and I don't think he had a lot of energy heading into it, but still, the fact that you get a reset, and you will always have to be worried that anytime you will die, I mean, every time you do die, if you are not careful enough and you do die, then it just means another point basically lost if you're unable to have enough evades to get the clear out of time.
One barrier down for each team here, as Tic-Tac-Toe trying to make something happen, and they do get that second barrier, but it is now a power play for Senko's beloved low sentry turret. A little bit too late to carry the bottom clear. The nice clear from Zoltic to navigate that top spin, as Frosty Taco is back online. A good interception from Bibao gets that second barrier down, and it is an open barrier situation for both sides here. Flips up on both the goalies, as they're slow playing it now, Tic-Tac-Toe, but Cholesterol, unfortunately for Zoltic, sneaks it right past, and the barrier beam was a bit too late.
Yeah, the barrier beam not really finding its mark on time. I mean, save Asher, man. What a broken character, surely. But still, I mean, 145 power. I mean, it's just kind of unfortunate that it didn't land. But Asher has been playing against Zoltic extremely well, just finding like the great spots and where to make Zoltic feel really unsafe. But instead, I think that kill could mean a turning point.
Yeah, they need to activate that offense now, though, and there it is. All the cooldowns coming out, the proximity drones, sentry drones, all the space being controlled, but it's Bibao finding every opportunity to get that core and clear by time. Cholesterol almost shoving it through. Beautiful cooldown usage, and Hello, a little bit of a goalie brain fart, breaks through to Bibao and just leaves the net open. Senko's beloved Loafs able to capitalize that every time as they take another set.
Oh man, this is the team I've been looking forward to watching. Just straight up domination, and if they can pull this off during whatever week that they had the first week, they could have done something. I mean, this is just completely strong. I mean, this isn't like the greatest draft for Kazan because there's nothing really great to take, but again, I feel like Bibao is just scaling exponentially right now. Another Dash Awakening with the with added on impact just makes it so much harder to stay alive.
Yeah, but I do think that Tic-Tac-Toe is a lot more happy with this draft. Monu now and the Super Surge Twin Drive, Julie, who has been trying to find these kills, could wreak some havoc, almost gets killed themselves though. But I do think it was a little bit of a misdraft blunder on the side of Senko's, not taking the best awakenings possible for them, but they do find that one barrier and are able to trade. Pressure still raging as that sentry drone just junks down Bibao at half. Gets a kill though with that flip, almost gets the goal, but it's Cholesterol. Frosty Taco not prepared for it, and despite what I think was a bit of a worse draft, they go up 1-0.
Yeah, whiff strike there, kind of unfortunate for Frosty there. I think just, I mean, being aware that this is on stream. I mean, it's what happened basically at the last game, I feel like, where they just weren't ready to be that much just thrown into the spotlight eventually. And that could, I mean, again, this is just a feeling of comfortableness, and if they aren't comfortable enough, it's a very easy game for their team if you're not playing the best you possibly can, if your mental's not right.
Yeah, and they're trying to just survive and hold on tic-tac-toe. They've been doing a good job keeping that core in the corner. Bibao looking low, but the core going around the world here. Topside, nice crooked leverage from Cholesterol. Where there's the flip to set up Bibao. Another pass. A lot of shenanigans. Good maneuverability, but unfortunately for them, the clear was found in the end. But offense raging once more. Sentry turret online. Zolcic navigating it beautifully though. Rusty Taco running interception as the offense is trying to get activated, but no. All these clears are so quick. Tic-tac-toe can't get anything going for them. A nice flip from B-Knight gets stuffed.
But I think the synchronization between Diva and B-Knight is like completely showing here. I mean, they were able to defend. They were able to fend off against Julie and Frosty Taco for the time being, and even though it was, I mean, it was a fair 2v2, but the differences between both teams are there, as in like Zolcic had to play 1v2 against both Cholesterol and Bibao, and it ends up not working half the time because again, Asher's just overwhelmed by the amount of players that are off their side of the field.
Yeah, but a nice dash punch. There's that Juliet with the added maneuverability. It's that super surge. Tic-tac-toe finally answering to tie it up 1-1 here, showing some signs of life, a pulse, maybe some hope to get offense back up here, but that flip being expended going to detriment that. But Ludi has his nope. Sorry, another whiff. And Senko's beloved Loafs can breathe a sigh of relief as they get a McDouble off that breakthrough. But Ludi able to force it through with that dash and a beautiful punch disrupting everything, sinking it through the bottom. It is tic-tac-toe in control here right now.
Let's go. Tic-tac-toe. I mean, this is what they need. I think that the Monumentalist now pick is definitely helping, especially since they have more control of the core, especially with the fact that if you just have a bigger Dorito that you can throw that does so much damage, it's so detrimental to Biba and B-Knight, since they aren't really, I mean, they've been playing pretty patiently for the time being, but they also need to worry about the setups that could possibly happen. Taco's been doing a good job just trying to stun Biba, but if they can get more of those stuns at the right time instead of randomly stunning, then it would be really good.
Yeah. Both barriers down though for tic-tac-toe. Senko's trying to answer back and get themselves to match points. Rusty Taco trying to navigate these flips, able to expend one. Glitch pop, crooked leverage, and the sentry turret stuffing the flip. They do trade in the end, but Senko's beloved Loafs more than happy to equalize despite that flip.
Yeah, I think just unfortunate timing by Zolcic. I mean, even Bibao had burning the flip and Zolcic just to get him a little bit more scared to immediately clear it out, because I think the sequence was probably going to be, I mean, it wasn't that scary of a sequence, it probably would have just been strike and then reset, but again, the fact that Zolcic has to deal with no energy is just so overwhelming for him.
The whiff strikes were capitalized, and Cholesterol got his flip with no abilities. That is a goal every single time, and it is Senko's beloved Loafs dominating tic-tac-toe. A beautiful showing from them. They will move on to the qualifiers and try and cinch their playoff spot, their finale spot. And at the end of the day, it was Senko's beloved Loafs who out-redirected, out-controlled, out-coordinated tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, oh my god, the sweat beads running down my face right now. Where imagine, like, I mean, you could probably like see them if you play close enough attention, and even like the KOs in general. Bibao having 2 and Cholesterol 1. I think if they can keep pulling this off and not show what happened last week, then they probably got this in the bag. Like, they probably have this week in the bag.
Yeah, very strong showing from them. And fortunately for the stream, this was a 13-minute game and not a 10. But when we come back, it is bracket, and those games, those will be longer bangers, I pray. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and we are back with Bracket of OSA Season 10, Week 2. We have for you tonight a quarterfinal match between Unrestrained Souls and 7-Star Strikers. Furikin, what do you think about these teams on this Taiko Temple pick?
I mean, I think this is the second time I've actually seen 7-Star Strikers on their qualifier, so maybe this is a change of heart for their luck so far. But then, I mean, maybe this is another Fool's Cups moment, and as soon as we see them win, they might as well crash out, just like how we saw Fool's Cups this week. But again, this is also on the other side we have the Blobos. We have Donowall, Pig, and Sun. I don't think I've ever seen them before, so I'm actually kind of curious to what they bring to the table. Otherwise, this will be a very fun game, I think.
And some pretty standard picks coming out here. Lock it down melee goalies for both teams. Asher and Dubu, probably top of the field in that position. And a Zentaro with a Juno being covered here. I believe Rune was banned, and another player was target banned. I forget what it was, but if it was banned, they were probably pretty good at it, eh? So yeah, Zentaro, Juno, Asher for Unrestrained Souls here. And pending this midfield pick, we can see two different styles of play here. But right now, I think the focus is going to be relatively similar. Pretty similar team compositions in terms of what they want to do and how they're going to play this game, with a slightly more mobile brawler in the Rasmus and Zentaro. But Juno, Aimi, both getting extra spec on this start. Extra spec Aimi, so potent. But on the other side, we have a Super Surge Zentaro. So two characters with Gigabyss off game start is going to be very interesting to look at.
Yeah, I stand corrected. We haven't seen Unrestrained Souls in practice, so this is their first time. I actually wonder how they're going to play so far. And so far, they've been playing well, I think. They've pulled the barrier down against the Rasmus. And so, I mean, it's Asher, but still, I think holding it down against any like forward character on this map in particular is kind of hard, just because of how fast the core can go at certain points in time. And since both goalies also running Shark Shot, that makes it a lot easier for the goalies to have a better time being able to just throw abilities out that are very ranged and are able to keep the forwards kind of under control.
Yeah, but a lot of damage coming out in the flip to secure a kill. Unrestrained Souls on a power play, and the pressure rages forward. Nice strike shot, and the Blob securing that second barrier by the time the power play ends, and the goal. That's what you were talking about with the sudden red cords out of nowhere. Panacito not prepared for it in the slightest.
I mean, that's the fun part of Taiko Temple, where you're able to just cause chaos by making the core go really quickly, and that's what we've seen so far, with Asher being able to have just complete control, and with that goal there, it kind of just cements how this team actually made it to bracket there. But so far, seven star strikers are playing their own.
Yeah, and a beautiful bounce. They responded in kind with the fast core, utilizing that drum out of nowhere. Something I want to talk about here is Dubu also getting that extra special, along with that Asher. These massive creation ults that can have the potential to completely shut down one lane on Taiko Temple is going to be so crucial for that offense.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Panacito kind of just has the, I feel like he has the better pick. Even if you're not playing Dubu forward, or, I mean, just playing Dubu goalie in general, having extra spec is just so strong, because, again, you're able to stuff it out harder than Asher can stuff out, I think, because obviously you know that Asher is kind of glitchy when it comes to hurl, but Dubu is sort of reliable, but at the same time as glitchy as Asher, so, I mean, I would still take Dubu all over Asher. Oh.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that barrier is going to drop, not because of the ult, because of a bad roll, and oh my goodness, a beautiful jump from Sudden, gets that core to the top side, and the death touch was a little bit too late.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting it there. I also want to point out that both Mr. Pig and Sun are running Mag Souls on this map, which a lot of rotates will be coming through, and a lot of offenses will be built extremely quickly, and only our side, only 100 is running Mag Souls, while you have ops for the Slick Kick. So again, this is like sort of common for Ras. I mean, not really common for midfielders, but for forwards in particular. I mean, me for example, I would like sometimes take Mag Souls if the time is right. And so far, Mr. Pig is piloting the Zentaro really well to hop on the defense, and it's really showing as he's basically dumping damage and also being a part of the play almost 100% of the time.
And just as quickly as he helped up the defense, he secured that barrier. Looking really low, might die for it, Mr. 100 with the flip. But while all that is happening, it is Yap winning the 1v1 versus Dono Wall. Open barrier situation with one player staggered on each side. Mr. Pig is recovered though. This 1v1, two flips online. Dono Wall just going to take the bottom clear. A beautiful death touch forces the flip. Flip traded, no goal scored. Open barrier situation continues. Teams trying to maneuver the core around. And it's Mr. Pig almost getting that confirmed. A nice strike shot from Panacito. 1v1 here. Core migrating towards the side of 7-star strikers. Can't really find any confirm here. The cooldowns just to get the core to the other side of the field, leaving the goalie's job a little bit easier. And Mr. Pig, Tony's Blade forcing the flip. There's that extra spec wall pendulum swing. Not enough for the hit stun. And Aceto trying to find this angle. Get the offense started once more. But, I mean, oh no! Oh, the greed from Dono Wall. Saved by the strike shot. The strike wars coming through. The sentry turret falls at the worst time possible. Dono Wall almost punished for his greed. That's touch intercepted. And there's opportunities being given here, but in the end, it is the strike, the slime confirmed, beating the log, and Unrestrained Souls. They're able to close it out.
I mean, it was a really quick 3-1 set, actually. I feel like, I mean, it wasn't quick in general, but I feel like it could have definitely swung in either team's favor, because I think that 7-star Strikers just had to have a little bit more patience when dealing with that initial core flip, because when Dono Wall flipped, it could have been easily intercepted if I feel like Yavsel played it a little bit slower instead of flipping right in front of him to try to catch it off guard. But again, this is like really, really long, so I wouldn't be surprised if some team messes up by complete accident and they end up turning it up into the next set.
Yeah, but the draft looking really good for both teams. Dono Wall getting his bits in the form of rapid fire, but fight or flight taken by that Zentaro. And on the other side, a lot of extra range. If that Aimi gets any creation awakening, that turret will be from the Depths of Hell. So you can see how much range and impact it has. But yeah, being a little low here, straying to the edge, able to confirm that barrier, but pays for it with his life. It is a power play now for Unrestrained Souls. The defense looking strong here for 7-star Strikers. Mr. 100 running interception, winning every strike war. The core just unable to make its way to that barrier due to that Aimi interference. And it's a reset time for Unrestrained Souls, who Zentaro unfortunately gets taken out there.
I mean, 100 has been, 100 winning the Striker is so crucial, and the fact that he did it against both Sun and the off-the-map Mr. Pig just made it so much, it just felt so much relieving, much more relieving to have Yav score that goal right in between Dono Wall, and that's what it takes to pay off. And if you're able to win more of those Strike Wars, then this could be an easy turnaroundable game, even though we saw a 3-1 takedown in the first set.
Yeah, the pressure continues with that Dubu ult. Yav almost finding two. Dono Wall stops that in its tracks. So, but a strike shot from Panacito, beautifully placed, and the flip 1-1. But unfortunately, Dono Wall right there cover that out. Mr. 100 trying to get it to Yav's capable hands. Sentry turret online, keeping that core in that corner. That's where you want it. Flip force Yav on death's door. Gets orbs though. Blended from Panacito. That Dubu wall. Save Dubu. Two barriers gone just like that. As now it is Unrestrained Souls fighting back here. But unfortunately the core just slips away. Panacito with the roll and the whiplash coming out. Sentry turret, my god, look at that range. Keeping the core in the bottom field, but a nice slime to neutralize all offense so far. Panacito holding his flip. Might want to see where that comes out, but a whiplash. Panacito gets to keep it a little bit longer, and it is 7-star Strikers answering 2-0 so far.
I think they figured out the win con. Last set compared to this set, they've been clearing it into the corner a lot more compared to, against the Zentaro. And, Zentaro isn't, the greatest at handling corner offense in particular. This is exactly why some teams that love to play corner offense, I haven't won't really play Zentaro in such great matchups, but again, if they keep playing this really well, because again they're actually winning a lot of the interactions, Yav just is right there, and again if they can keep keeping it away from Mr. Pig, who's playing a lot more defensively now because he's a little bit more worried that a goal will come through like that, then it will be very, very easy for 7-star Strikers to turn this lead really quickly.
A complete change in tempo. Yav securing the final goal needed with a beautiful read on the pendulum swing. And we see the hot shot up for grabs here. Panacito would be wise to deny that. Juno already has 1-2 punch. That's the hot shot at home. And it is taken away, but Catalyst, always a strong option, as the rest of these picks really are more general, just stat givers with the 2 sparks and a glass cannon.
I think, the Sparker Rizal take coming out for Amy could definitely help for whenever Zen tries to dump abilities, as he has been trying to do for the time being, especially on Yav 12. But I mean, if he can live and win Strike Wars like how 100 has been doing, and even then like that, the Rizal take will be very monumental in helping him stay alive for a lot longer. Because I don't, has he died once? I'm unsure, but still, having to have an extra amount of stagger is always good to have. But again, I think that 7-Star Strikers did win this draft, mainly because Panacito with Sifushin and Hotshot will make it a lot harder for, I feel like, for Sun and Mr. Pig to break through a Doobie defense, especially since he's been finding a lot of great opportunities to just strike cut it back. As well as Yav 12, like, I mean, size on Wrath is always a great thing. And even though he's getting, like, I mean, even though you don't really want size sometimes because you get bounced around the map, like, a lot, it's still something good to have whenever you're not getting, like, perma-dump for fun.
And despite Yav being completely out of the equation, Mr. 100 forces the flip from Donowall. Their offense continues, supplemented by that sentry turret, winning the strike war, getting that clear. Flips on both the midfielders, but Panacito able to bait Suddens out. Core going every which direction. An unfortunate roll, unable to capitalize it on it though. Panacito holds, no, not for long. Mr. Pig shoving it into the corner. No more cooldowns, but it's a 1v1 situation. Make that 2, but a nice hold from Donowall. Navigates that flip. It's pandemonium on the field. There's another one trying to get that offense going. Another one denied by Donowall. Yeah, he's too fast. Super Surge on that twin drive. Whiplash. It goes red. Donowall, he gave his very best. He dealt with 2 flips, but couldn't get the third one. The third one's equivalent out, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the physical prowess of how Asher Goldlight can save mostly everything if you know how to pilot her well. Not saying that Donowall hasn't been piloting her well so far. I mean, 2 flips, bogged down a single point is a great feat for basically any player if you're playing this really well. I mean, the flip by 100 was in a really great spot, and so was the one by Mr. Pig, but if you're able to defend against both flips, you're a pretty good goalie in that type of sense.
Yeah, but so far, Unrestrained Souls, open barrier situation, their offense has been proven good so far. A lot of crucial cooldowns on the side of 7-Star Strikers, but they do lose a barrier, Unrestrained Souls. They make that 2, Yav, despite being battered and bruised. They've been finding every crucial barrier at any given opportunity. And even though they might die, they've been doing good work on the offense, and that is a devastating flip from Donowall, originally used to secure the kill. The profit from it pays off for a free goal.
Yeah, not even that. I mean, this is just great defensive play by Donowall. I mean, he has a wall in his name for a reason. He's been holding it down really well, even though it's been a 3v3 most of the time, with Sun and Mr. Pig coming up to help him defend. He's been holding it down regardless of the help and pressure. So if he can keep this up and figure out that Yav 12 is playing a lot more core than he should be, because he's kind of walking into it and helping and making sure 100 gets the outclear, which he isn't exactly ready for. If Donowall can recognize that and take control of Yav always being in the core and taking so much damage like he does right now, I think the power play that comes after will be crucial into taking a set away.
Yeah, but 2 flips on the side of 7-Star Strikers might make holding a little bit easier, and it does. 1 flip coming out to deal with the blink. Mr. 100 uses his own, unfortunately gets stuck by the barrier beam, and now has to retreat. Worse for wear, the damage from Unrestrained Souls has been overwhelming, and there's that red core off the slime. And oh my goodness, Panacito, he really tried the backwards Dubu ult, but unfortunately a little bit too late. The core was a bit too fast, and it is Unrestrained Souls answering back.
Dude, Dubu JA tech right there. I want to see more of that. The fact that he knows of that tech is kind of funny to me. I mean, it was very useful in that situation if he got it down beforehand, but unfortunately for him, he didn't get it down in time, and that led to another goal being scored. And again, just with fundamentals and everything, if you're able to block core flips like how Panacito and Donowall have been doing this entire game, it's going to be really hard for the Force to get through. and they need to outsmart and outkill both of their teammates in order to get something going right now.
The out-killing has been coming in full fruition. Yav has probably spent more time with the gray screen on the bench than actually playing the game. But when he's online, it's a very scary threat. You can see that the members of Unrestrained Souls respect that very well, helping to on defense whenever they can. But it is an open barrier situation for them. The core is red, and it is set up beautifully for that Zentaro dash. A little bit of a wombo combo there. And Unrestrained Souls, they pick up this set and will look to close it out with this draft.
And they're back in. Oh my god, the draft looks crazy for Asher. I mean, for Asher's last pick, I mean, he has 3 Size Awakenings to his helping, but Asher Primetime, Zentaro, Perfect Form of it is denied. It's just, I think it's just, this is just a full-on win, I think. Just a lot of business coming out in general, and Juno can basically, I mean, she can even take a Mongtans if she really wanted to, and to deny it away from the enemy, which would give Yavtov a lot more power than he should.
Yeah, Unrestrained Souls making out like bandits with that draft. That perfect form in primetime, as you said. And really, it was only stacks on stacks the worthwhile mention here because Rasmus was getting size anyway. And we'll have to see how they can manage this lackluster-ish draft, because if they can't, their shot of going to the qualifiers is dashed, and it's looking like that so far with Mr. Pig. Beautiful confirm from them.
Yeah, with the Awakenings in general, I mean, but I just realized that this is rapid fire and primetime Asher. It's gonna be a really hard nut to crack. I mean, in general, Panacito has been holding decently low, but I think the extra Dubu range has been hurting him a little bit because he's not exactly ready to face on threats sometimes, and the fact that Dubu Wall is a little bit more long range could cause more chaos for him, which is something he doesn't really want, as we've seen earlier with his sort of misplays with with Core becoming red. I think he is unwilling to let Core go red, and he wants to end the point off really quickly, which is kind of impossible to do since you have Juno with overtime plus with 1-2 on the board for Juno in particular.
But that Juno did blunder with their flip. It's an open barrier situation for 7-star strikers, and they need to capitalize on it if at all possible. Holding on the defense now is Panacito. Mr. Pig, he has so many cooldowns now because of that perfect form. But they're able to hold on for now as 7-star strikers. Strike Force winning, flip available. Offense is raging on here. There's one from Mr. 100, almost sneaks by, but Dono Wall catches it with their own flip. Panacito with the core now. Yav trying to stay alive here. Yav has been dying so many times. He might die for a second time, and he does. But Mr. 100, beautiful glitch pop, winning that strike war and giving 7-star strikers some time to breathe.
That goal might have been confirmed, but Yavtov, I think he was close to a core flip, and so far, even though Dono Wall doesn't have a core now to kind of equalize it, even Mr. Pig burning it right there, still, the fact that you're so low and you don't have anything means that you're dead again off the map.
Yavtov has not been having the funnest of times here. Panacito and Mr. 100 in a very familiar situation. Open barrier, down a man. But they are able to hold for now as Yav comes back online with a vengeance, but Mr. Pig! Oh, beautiful cooldown usage. That is the power of Zentaro perfect form. It is match point set point for Unrestrained Souls.
In general, perfect form. It wasn't denied by Dubu, and it could cost him the game here because Mr. Pig has been finding so many chances to just hit whoever he can find, and even just killing Yavtov with the perfect. I mean, he even has Ad Rush Q, which just adds to the amount of damage he's been in. So far, he's been hunting down Mystic really, really well. And if 100 and Panacito can't find an equalizer to keep Yav alive, or try to just try to win against Pig and Sutton, it could be looking like a game. It could be looking like game over, as we are basically almost seeing right now.
Mr. 100 able to find that second barrier. Once Yav gets back online, this is an opportunity for them. Mr. Pig staggered out of nowhere. This is their best chance yet to equalize. Sentry turret not finding its mark as Pass Splitter is committed for defense, but Mr. Pig goes down. Power play for 7-star Strikers, something they haven't seen in a while. Yeah, but the Whiplash has been so good. There's the Dubu wall, unfortunately navigated for them. As Dono Wall forcing it through with the Barrier Beam Pendulum Swing a little bit too late as Mr. Pig is back online, dumping his cooldowns, inflicting some damage to Mr. 100 on the ropes now instead of Yav, who pops his Whiplash once more. There's that Sentry turret stuffed again by the Barrier Beam. That is prime time and rapid fire. There is no openings there through that goalie. Panacito feeling the pressure now, forces the flip and the wall, but it's a death touch! It's a death touch at the perfect time. Mr. 100 fell down, but Yav, he was finally afforded an opportunity to shine. 7-star Strikers, they are fighting tooth and claw.
And this is the greatest. I mean, this is a good game so far. I mean, so far both ults lining up there. I mean, kind of just contain the core there for the time being, making sure that 100 and Yav could basically recuperate after that first goal, and that's what they need. I think they need to just have a little bit of a calm moment to kind of just recuperate and not have to immediately rush into the second barrier take, because they're kind of, I mean, before they were fumbling a little bit with the second barrier take, which is fine, but I feel like if they give themselves a little bit of breathing room in order to make back what was lost, I think it's very doable to take the set, as they basically have themselves a no barrier situation on their hands.
Yav in an all too familiar position, though. It's a power play once more for Unrestrained Souls. But Panacito holding it down thus far. The pressure continues, though, and no more cooldowns available. But Yav back online, looking to make something happen here. Breakthrough committed. Actually, will be a sitting duck death touch. Not good enough. Sentry turret committed. There's the Pass Splitter. Every ult in the game is being used to get this point. The Pendulum Swing a little too wide, but there's the flip. Not good enough, though. Dono Wall is there. Cyber Swipe a little too far, and Panacito trying to hold it down once more. Oni's Blade coming out. That core is ready. That core is dangerous. Oh my god, that roll. Saving it for now is Panacito. The Whiplash, it's good. 7-star Strikers out of nowhere, they hold on. An unbelievable game thus far. 7-star Strikers, they've been running it 2v3 half the time. And here are the fabled Creation Awakenings. And Rasmus, first in line.
I mean, this is an interesting draft for him. I mean, the Stagger Striker takes the only thing you could possibly take. But again, Aimi with 2 sparks in hand, I think they're gonna try to deny a spark here. I think Asher will take the spark of focus and let Ivy have probably Deadeye or something like that. But she takes arrows instead. Maybe I mean, it could be a win con. I mean, she already has Twin Drive on the board, so it'd be pretty good for her. Not even Twin Drive, I might lie. I think no, she just only has 1 dash away. So if anything, this bolsters her capacity to hit core from a longer distance and be able to contain a lot more of the out clear, if anything.
Yeah, and we already see that added projectile awakening range. Both barriers down now for Unrestrained Souls. They've been playing this so well, but it's 7-star Strikers capitalizing on any opportunity they get. That's the extra range from aerials, a beautiful glitch pop. 7-star Strikers, they look like they were down and out, but all of a sudden they find themselves with the lead in the set 5.
And I think, I mean, we saw earlier with Yaptop getting a little bit hit. I think not like a lot, but he was still getting hit like once or twice, and he's currently at like 1 stagger right now. But that stagger will come in real handy really quickly if he's able to just hold on for the time being. But instead, it's just Mr. Pig being able to just have the add crush proc plus perfect form, which is just insane to have with Zintara.
Yeah, and they are able to capitalize and get 1 barrier. Looking for 2 here. Mr. 100, worse for wear, might drop soon, if not now. Wise choice not to grab that orb, but Mr. 100 can't help on the defense, and Mr. Pig able to capitalize on it. Yeah, the healthy member trying to get offense started. Sentry turret to help on the defense, winning the strike for Mr. Pig, setting himself up. Nice bounce off the wall into a dash. Panacito, his roll was a little bit too late, and Unrestrained Souls, they answer back.
I'm trying to play life there. Hunter was trying to play a little bit more life, and yeah, I do agree that you need to play more life there. And It was more than the right play. I think Panacea just had to lock it down against his Zentara, but again, what can do with perfect form Zentara? But so far, both teams are holding it down really well. I mean, one barrier down for both sides with this many this many cooldowns up for grabs is just amazing to me.
Yeah, but it is 7-star strikers profiting once more. Death's Touch navigated by that barrier beam, but there's that sentry turret online covering everything. Dono Wall using his split before things get a little bit too dicey. Pass Splitter finding a kill. Dono Wall. Roth can't protect an attack. Mr. 100 with sole possession of the core now. Just trying to buy some time here, and by time he does. Yeah, back is online. Core red out of nowhere. Dono Wall just in time. Jump and a flip, and it is stuffed. Panacito redirecting it downfield here, as Sudden is the one who is low and dead. The dash range profiting for that kill, and it's a power play for 7-star strikers. Panacito pushing up here, trying to supplement this offense, but unfortunately nothing much is happening of it. Sudden back online, strike floor 1, and they hold for now. Unrestrained Souls navigating this, still not out of the woods yet. They need to get this barrier down. Blobs incoming. Mr. 100. Oh no! Oh, not what you want to see. A DC, they're still playing on. They need to stop here. Hello. And throughout all of that, all this chaos, I mean, this game has everything. Kills, unbelievable strike wars, ability dumps, and now we have a disconnect to top it off. Unbelievable.
Average Joe's House gameplay? Oh, he's back. Let's go. I mean, I mean, oh,
what is going on? There's no way, bro. Oh, we have a disconnect at the worst possible moment, and then a lag spike from the goalie Panacito when they needed it most. This is unfathomable stuff. This is not what you want to see. Oh my god, it's Unrestrained Souls going up off that jank. I'm not sure how to feel about that. 7-star strikers, they need to answer when they really didn't need to. Pinning off that point, but the offense so far good for them. Lobs being navigated. Sudden shut down to the midfield. Corner offense raging. And the flip is forced to get it out of there. But Panacito passing to his midfielder, who finds a kill with the stray glitch pop. 7-star strikers. They get both barriers down. It's an open goal situation. Power play raging on, but not for long as Yav off the face of the earth. Bro, I'm crashing out. There's too much going on here. What is this flip conversion? Down a man, Panacito to Mr. 100 in between all three members. It's chaos, it's pandemonium, but it is OSAS, baby.
Oh yeah, Set 5.5 wonders. Too bad I'm not on Crimson to help one team out, but still, this is a crazy game. I mean, 7-star strikers, they're pulling ahead really quickly if we stop lagging there, but again, Panacito, even if he's not lagging, he's been holding it down extremely well, but he might not be for long if he's almost dead, basically. But still, I think that if we can convert on just this one barrier, try to get Dono Wall out with the flip, then it could be savable. This angle is so doable.
It's so doable for 7-star strikers, but Unrestrained Souls not playing to make it easy for them. They've been fighting extremely hard as well, despite that open barrier situation. Both ults committed here from Dono Wall and Mr. 100. Offense raging on. Once more for 7-star strikers, but it's the only blade deciphering everything. The jump! It's over! The kit dump from Mr. Pig and Sudden. Heartbreak for 7-star strikers. I'm not one to speculate too much, but if those DCs were navigated properly, as they should have, we might have a different story, but not to discredit Unrestrained Souls at all. They played extremely well, finding so many kills, so many opportunities. Panacito, the iron wall on the defense. But ultimately, all that pressure from the kills paid off for Unrestrained Souls, and they make it out with a dub.
Guys, we might have to check Mr. Pig for most damage done. 64k. I mean, well, what can I say? Is Zentaro weak? Do you guys think Zentaro is weak? This might not be. This might not be real.
Yeah, that is perfect form Zentaro. With the super surge start, by the way. I mean, you just gave that character 2 of his Giga Best Bis. But, oh man, hard fought battle. Absolutely spectacular for both teams. Definitely teams to look out for. We will see more of 7-star strikers, but unfortunately their journey ends here for now. Unrestrained Souls move on, trying to cinch a qualifier spot in week 2. And when we are back, it will be absolute cinema, just like this game. So you better not go anywhere. OSAS will continue.
Hello everyone, we're back. We're back with some more bracket in the quarters. Not quite the qualifiers, but I'm here with P-Flare, and we're here to watch Senko's Beloved Loafs and Chikara Kittens and Senko's, the team that Kurikan is coaching. That guy just stopped casting, and Ether said, thank God that guy's not casting, because he is quite biased. But bias is fine. What about you, P-Flare?
Oh yeah, no, I make no bones about, like, I may not be biased towards teams, but I am certainly biased towards players and characters. If you play Luna, I love you. Simple as.
Alright, heading into the map, which we'll see in just a second. I could probably check it, but we're stuck on a bit of a loading screen here. Okay, At Lab, the classic. The one that we see way too often throughout the history of the game. And Senko's is a bit of a weird team. I think Kurikan has definitely coached them. You can kind of see it, but the main thing is Cholesterol. That guy plays Kazan, and that guy does well on Kazan in terms of pure scoring prowess. But a lot of it does come down to teamwork, to synergy, and Senko's, sometimes it feels like they're a bit off rhythm sometimes. I don't know. I said sometimes like 5 times.
I mean, if you gotta say it that much, then there's probably something to it. But yeah, on the other side of things, we've known Chikara Kittens for a hot minute. We know that they can kind of vary it up. They're a very versatile team, and at least in my opinion, they're a very versatile team. They can kind of adapt their play styles to almost whoever faces them. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they go against this offbeat team, because yeah, I'm looking at like Aimi, Luna, which again, I love you. So, and Asher, which I can see the logic here. It's just it's not a comp that I see often, if at all.
Yeah, we'll see if the Aimi Luna duo can really do a lot of damage, because that's the potential here. But my eyes are firmly on Mura's Juno, and this is a Catalyst Spark of Agility start. So there's going to be a lot of flips going around, but again, that core speed potential on the Juno can easily overwhelm a Luna goalie, and that's a big worry if you're a Senko's fan here.
Yeah, like you say, you're looking at Mura on the Juno. I personally am looking at Xenox on that Julie for very similar reasons as you said. Like, we know what Julie can do, and we know Xenox can pilot him. So I fully expect like Xenox to just try and like delete people.
Yeah, that's definitely something that's being done to Cholesterol right now. It's looking like Chikara Kittens are a team of doctors, but maybe not as their barrier gets taken. B-Knight staying pretty healthy, pretty away from the play, and now with Cholesterol staggered, still playing very confidently. I like that. That turns into a goal for Senko's.
Yeah, it's always kind of cool to see just like people go in no fear in their heart. You know what I mean? Just if they know they got a position, then I say it all the time, your health is a resource. Use it.
And Cholesterol definitely did, and it is quite funny because Cholesterol can be unhealthy, so maybe Cholesterol staying up there while staggered might mean something a little bit further. Really good Crater to force out a lot of abilities. Well-timed Cyber Strike from Babao to capitalize as well. And with the flip available, with the flip coming up on Cholesterol, Senko's is looking very, very strong in this opening set. They look like they could just score this goal, score another one, and get on with the rest of the game.
Yeah, there was a solid attempt at offense there. Didn't quite make out, and they had to like burn their flip for it. But it was a good effort. And so was that KO, kind of what I was expecting.
Yeah, when Xenox is on that Julie, those dash punches are on point. We've seen that a lot, but that dash was off point. B-Knight lets the barrier go down, unfortunately, but it's still in the hands of Senko. It's still a power play for them. And with a good dribble from Babao, a good setup with a pass splitter, Fox and Sox can't do anything. I am almost speechless because that was great, just like heads-up play. Popped one after the other, just secure the point. You know, sometimes you got to spend your cash. Fully cashing out, all cooldowns down. Senko has got to be a little bit careful, but Babao boosting forward, cyber swiping into the center and being knocked in the right place. Unfortunately, doesn't get a barrier off of it. That would have been a great clip, but instead it's just a simple glitch pop. No! Zapboy's angle turns into a double barrier in favor of Senko's. 2 flips available as well, and this point is as good as gone. We're heading on to the next set with Chikara Kittens on the back foot.
That was an impressive 3 and out by Senko, I'll be honest with you. So, I mean, say what you will about them, but they seem to have been trained well, and they've got some pretty good awakenings on deck for that.
Yeah, my eyes are, of course, on that extra special if it's an Aimi. Extra special Aimi with the potential time with Slater is huge, but sparks are the name of the game here as well. With that spark of agility start, that spark of focus should be slightly higher priority. We'll see who ends up taking it, but it's Among Titans, another great awakening that gets taken before it. Giving your teammates size, that's a double-sized Julie here, so that's huge for Xenox game plan.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that got as quick as it. I'm also kind of surprised that the spark of focus got taken. You're kind of like hinting at that, but we're gonna see how it works out. I will say that even though they got it, even though they got, you know, like first round, I am kind of noticing that Senko they're not flailing. They definitely got teamwork, but they do seem to be the definition of kind of all out, all in, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, especially like with B-Knight. B-Knight has been boosting like a fiend. What, like, miss or hit is like, I'm not scared. I'ma still do it.
Yeah, and that's also why Babao is dead right now. Good evade by Xenox, cannot knock a dash punch by Cholesterol off the edge right there. B-Knight and Babao, the dynamic dashing duo right now. Going in once again is B-Knight, looks for a Strike War win, but Fox and Sox, despite being on South American ping, still has those in the back pocket. Still continuing to defend here. Great Tofu Fortress. And Cholesterol staying alive, but only barely. Needs to be careful, but so does Xenox as a barrier is taken by Cholesterol. And once again, Organized Chaos, Senko's beloved Loafs, the ones in the lead. It's a power play, but they still have a barrier advantage.
Yeah, that's been crazy. Like you said, like you very much said, Organized Chaos. These guys, like on almost anybody else's hands, I feel like this kind of play would not be rewarded as much as it is, but they get the point off of like just this crazy dash flip and setup, and it's just wild how nothing they do makes sense, but it works out anyway.
Yeah. And especially the defense too, right? You would expect this Luna to get eaten alive by the Slimes, by the Juliet. But so far, B-Knight is staying quite stable. Okay, bit of a caster curse. Both barriers go down, but it's returning kind of on the other side. Cholesterol and Babao still pushing forward, using the black hole for a rebound. But too much damage taken, and now B-Knight's in trouble. Xenox will tap it in, and Chikara Kittens will return. But it was still looking scary for them. Senko still kept it a little close.
Yeah, no, like Senko's is wilding out, and yeah, they got 1 point. They kind of need that for, you know, mental stability, I would say, because this has been going kind of crazy from word go. So they're going to need this, and they're going to want to capitalize on it very much. Xenox definitely tried to, didn't get the goal, but got the goalie. So, you know, hey, silver lining, very good silver lining, and it's all kittens right now.
It's all Kittens, but Babao serving as a decent substitute. Almost got the save there too. The glitch pop only a fraction of a second late here, but it is a lead for the Kittens. The Kittens are the ones who are trying to make the comeback and looking quite good at it right now as Fox and Sox, plenty of meter for Insurance Xenox, plenty of meter to bully the Luna with. So if Senko's slip up one more time, that's the end of the set.
Yeah, that's kind of like that whole feast or famine playstyle that's coming back to bite him a little bit. Another kill going down, and that's power play. They're trying to make it a 3-on-1, and yeah, it's just sometimes you go crazy and you get rewarded for it, and sometimes you lose.
A bit of a timing mix-up there with the slime. B-Knight not ready for the delay caused by Mura. It's an even game now, but my eyes are still on that Juno. Hotshot or 1-2 punch could change this game completely. Neither are on the table. But Fight or Flight is such a strong awakening for creating a speed advantage. But time was created for extra special on that Aimi as well. This is a draft that's full of power. There are so many strong awakenings. There's so many what would be best in slots. This patch is a little crazy.
Yeah, like there's plenty. I don't even know what to say. Like who should get what because everything's good. Like just everything would like make sense.
Okay, but I do think there was one misdraft.
Go ahead.
I know that Juno wants dash range, but there were so many better awakening scenarios there for Mura. There was the rapid fire, there was the fight or flight notably, which falls all the way down to last pick cholesterol. And fight or flight, considered quite possibly the strongest awakening in the game, falling to cholesterol last pick. I think Senkos are so happy about that. Oh,
Yes. I'm sorry. I was gonna go on a little bit of a tangent because I have seen Ariel's Juno be played and work out very well in the European League. I cast a lot in the European, and I mean, I'm sure you've seen it too, but Ariel's Juno is not something I sleep on anymore. I've seen that to great effect. So I'm just like, okay, yeah, that makes sense now.
yeah, but usually, it's they don't take aerials over fight or flight, you know? Like,
Yes, they do. In Europe, yes, they do.
they do?
Yep.
In the midfield
They're like-
position?
For Juno specifically, yes. I've seen at least like 2 people go straight for areas for Juno because that jump that jump distance is insane.
I
Like
guess
they just value it.
I guess
It's
this
just
batch it makes more sense though, because Chrono's out, so there's less Dash Awakenings in the pool, right? By 1. So it does make a little more sense here. And that extra range also doing quite well for Mura in that interaction. But barriers traded on both sides with energy available. Cholesterol also low, needs to be careful. Bina and Babao have been sniped out on the edge quite a few times here. And Xenox going for another one, but it will be a barrier take. All barriers open now as Xenox comes in. There's the aerials range on Mura. And as soon as we start talking about it, I think we willed it into existence. Mura is making the difference here.
Like it's definitely one of those like underrated picks for Juno in over in North America. In Europe, they're all on that. So we're gonna see how that continues to work out for them. They already tied up with barriers. We're gonna see if it makes it happen.
Yeah, but again, Cholesterol still benefiting a lot from that fighter flight. They can get some dribbling plays in, but the dribbles aren't tight enough. Fox and Sox interrupting quite well on them, actually. Walking up and striking, making sure that Cholesterol can't get a clean power play. And with a lot of energy built up still, trying to line up the barrier beam, but not quite getting it lined up still. Chikara Kittens, they're staying stable despite the offense coming out from Senkos, and it's looking scary for Senkos. They need to get something going quickly, or else it's going to spiral out of control here.
Yeah, no, Xenox has been a persistent threat for several of these exchanges, these back and forths. Been threatening like KOs for pretty much everybody. And Cholesterol already like on the ropes there. They've got to watch themselves. That was an incredible save. B-Knight tried to play out of their mind. They were playing out of their mind, but just too much offense, too good angles.
Yeah, too many slimes on the field. That covered too much space, like you said. And now the hotshot has appeared. And this Juno has pretty much a perfect build. Has the dash range, has the hotshot, has everything that you could want on the character. And now it's getting a little scary because nothing even close can be picked up from Senkos. Like, they're not getting nearly the same amount of power. Dugu picks up speed. Falcon Sox happy. Glass Cannon, sure, but like, just look at the whole draft and Chikara Kittens are smiling.
Yeah, no, Chikara Kittens worked it. Like I said, Juno almost has like an Exodia build, in my opinion. So it's going to be very scary, especially. Oh, and also Julie with the specialized training. I think that's gonna. I wouldn't be surprised if that came into play real fast. So looking, yeah, like I said, like very very scary for Senkos. They're just going to have to find some way to like just buckle down and survive this oncoming onslaught.
There is one win condition for Senkos that they haven't really played to, though. They haven't gone all in on the damage yet. And honestly, they should have last set, they should have the set before, because they have more damage in their composition, right? Like, they have the Asher, they have the Aimi, they have the Luna of all characters. But the team that's focusing on playing damage more is Chikara Kittens. And despite being a slightly lower damage comp, because they're playing for the damage win condition, they're the ones getting the KOs.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. You're not wrong. And it might be something that they're going to have to like go if they go over the tapes and they see what's going, and they see like, like, why did we lose this? Do a bit of a review, and if they do lose it, then that's something they can point out as a reason why.
Really good clear by B-Knight. A little scarier there with the slime as Xenox tries to get a crazy play in. Good strikes as well after the boost, trying to find a passing play, but Xenox is so scary, standing in the center of the screen, interrupting everything as B-Knight tries to find another desperate play, unable to this time. Cholesterol just can't get a clean barrier beam, and these slimes just have a little too much range, making it uncomfortable, but Fox and Sox doesn't expect that particular bounce. Bit of a unforced error, unfortunately, but Senko's will say that we take those.
Yeah, for sure. Take those whenever you can get them. I'm just, like, went straight for the roll and just couldn't get it. Okay.
A little weird. Cholesterol, though. Flip available. Xenox, though. Bit of a killer instinct here. Like you mentioned, the specialized training could come into full effect, but instead it's actually Mura that disappears off the edge, but it's still an open barrier for the side of Senko's. They got to be careful because this Fox and Sox Dubu could be setting up a Tofu Fortress anytime soon.
Yeah, you see, they were trying to drop Xenox real bad, but unloaded, not quite. But that did it. Black holes, yeah, sure, that'll do it. And at that point, Cholesterol just kind of knocked it in. Fox and Sox was just not quite ready, and Senko surviving. They surviving. They making it.
Surviving for now, at least. They have a lot of meter as well to try and make a play soon. But they gotta do what work for them, right? They need to put the damage pressure on, because if they don't, Xenox and Mura will overwhelm in the core control department, in the scoring department, like we're seeing right here. Mura and Xenox playing the corner, making sure that's difficult for B-Knight, and 2 barriers already gone.
Yeah, while like almost a desperation flip there, but it did manage to clear out, and it got them both barriers, so that was something. But B-Knight is out of position, cannot save the core.
Hotshot Juno strikes once again. It's 2-1, 2 goals away for Chikara Kittens in terms of closing out this game. And if you're Senko's, you got to be careful, right? You had the lead, you had the 2-0 lead, but again, it's still the set where Chikara Kittens close out the game, and Cholesterol is looking dangerously low.
Yeah, no, they had the lead. They cannot rest on their laurels. They've got to push it, and they've got to make sure they get this out. That's a start. That's 1. That's 2. Now they've got to close it out. And Cholesterol is looking low. Cholesterol is in a very rough position. They're going to have to play risky, actually, like they kind of have been doing, only better, as weird as that sounds.
Oh, perfectly timed pass splitter. Fox and Sox had no way to get out of that with the flip. It was completely trapped.
Yeah, that was checkmate. They got it. There you go.
I believe Deadeye's still in the pool as well. It shows up now. Yep. Deadeye Luna.
Okay.
A big damage win condition, but they still have to play for it, you know? Oh, going for the spark instead. Like, I get it. You have sparks. But it's Deadeye. It's Deadeye Luna. And Deadeye Juno falls on the other end. I think this is a bit of a misdraft for the side of Senko's beloved Loaves.
Yeah, like I said, like, it's one of those things where you look at him and you go like, yeah, I get it, but big but. So it's like, hope that works out for you. I would have gone Deadeye. Like you said, the damage is, I think, what really needs to go up on their level. Just kind of, you have to scare Kittens into not pressing as hard. That's the problem right now. They have all the movement. They can convert, or should I say transition, to offense much easier, in my opinion, than Senko's can. So you have to make them scared to do that now, and they're not.
Yeah, and especially not scared is Mura, who's jumping in there. The aerials dash distance coming in. And of course, Xenox putting on constant pressure with the dash punches. The slime speed is overwhelming here, but the redirects aren't quite there from Mura. It's defended away as B-Knight flies into the center, unable to get something concrete. Cholesterol, though, with the flip available, trying to get the barrier, not quite. Top side it goes once again, as Cholesterol is chunked out, but has a pretty massive health bar, so is continuing on the offense here.
Very, very close. Oh, was not expecting that flip. B-Knight was not expecting the flip. Like, saw the Crater Maker get the angle. It was like, okay, that clears it. And just was not in the right position. Did not return to neutral position.
That's unfortunate here. if you're a Senko's fan, if you're Senko's beloved loaves, because Xenox is on the drive-by, getting dash punch after dash punch. So much precision here as Mura is on the core control end as well, jumping around, making sure no barriers are taken. And although Xenox is low, the kill pressure doesn't feel like it's there.
Yeah, no, it's just it's too lack, and that's another death out there for them. It's just it's not happening when it really should be. This is do or die. This is do or die moment, and they need to present a threat to him. B-Knight's missing these dashes again. They were doing that at the beginning, and they tightened up initially, but now they're kind of. I don't want to say they're regressing, but they're kind of regressing.
It's hard to play Luna consistently, especially when the opponents are not getting killed. The damage focus just isn't there for Senko's, and instead of it being some kind of misplay that's really costing them, it's just like a general conceptual thing that's costing them. It's allowing Xenox and Mura to find a really good offense, and oh no, it's forcing them to burn cooldowns they shouldn't on defense when the core bounces like that. Cholesterol, one hit away from death. The log almost does it. Needs to be careful, but I think Chikara Kittens have this one in the bag here. The Slimes, we're gonna have to watch them because this flip could be devastating. To the bottom side it goes. Mura not quite able to close it out yet, but it's only a matter of time because Cholesterol is almost dead. Bibao trying to find a passing play, but passing to who is the question, as a spec training forces out evades. And once again, Chisenko's beloved lows forced on the defense. Good clears by B-Knight, but constantly forced to make better clears to try and get out of the corner, and Xenox is still surviving.
Yeah, like B-Knight is trying to play B-Knight has to play lights out. Everybody on Senko's has to play lights out in order to survive this. That's something that can help. That kill might be a breath that they need to take. They do get the second barrier. They are on offense. They have to push now. B-Knight's trying, and they had to flip to save that. Oh my god, just back and forth. It is tense as all get out.
Oh, okay, that was so close. That could have gone so badly for B-Knight, but the strike was there. The pass was good. Cholesterol found the goal, and Mura could not find the save. It's such a small margin in this game, but Senko's beloved loaves are really just staying afloat, just barely.
Yeah, no, they are. At this point, it's like I said, it's not a matter of like the awakenings are better or anything like that. It's just that Senko's are. They're in like that tension super tryhard mode. They are playing like super lights out. They're in that that high kind of like that high adrenaline in the zone. We have to survive mode that some people get when they play in these games. Like they are trying to be on it. Holy, how did that happen?
Cholesterol got knocked into the perfect place to shoot it in. Fox and Sox not expecting that at all, and Cholesterol gets to keep the flip as well. Senko's now might be in a bit of an advantage here as the game's even.
Yeah, they might be able to actually like claw victory from the jaws of defeat, but like they're down in early barrier. They have to hold this.
But Xenox gets comboed. The Crater Maker, B-Knight, perfect hit stun on Fox and Sox. All it takes is one shot now, and Cholesterol's in position. Fox and Sox saves it, just barely. One more try here. Cholesterol looking for the strike, not able to, as Babao finds a passing angle. Good evade by Cholesterol. That could have been devastating, but a missed strike by B-Knight, not expecting the Slimes, and now it could be anyone's game. B-Knight not there, desperately trying to find a shot. This Crater is good, but Mura is a threat. These Slimes could go out of control anytime. B-Knight tried to find the rebound, unable to, but Babao now has flip. B-Knight has flip. These flips are going to determine how this game goes. Up to the top side, the log, the Slimes. B-Knight needs to be so careful here, and a perfect pass to Cholesterol. Fox and Sox in an open net saves it with the log.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm watching because this is like, that was tense. He nearly died. The wait, the patience. That was incredible. B-Knight is like, we don't have the goalie. We have to focus on this. But the jump. It doesn't go in. B-Knight again, playing reckless, saying, I don't care. We gonna do what we got to. Psycho's trying desperately. Crater Maker comes out, forces everyone to split their attention. Death happens for Xenox, their big hitter. B-Knight flying in. This is insanity. My heart cannot take this. It is not good. It is not good for me.
The log almost scores. Fox and Sox needs to be so careful here, but Fox and Sox has flip, and the slimes are getting a little crazy here. B-Knight sends it forward, but Cholesterol is not getting the core. Cholesterol needs a pass here, but the Dubu. Oh, the Dubu flip gets stopped. Cholesterol closes the game out, and Senkos, from the jaws of defeat, they find a win.
I am physically on my knees. That was absurdity. But holy criminy, that Senko had no, I'm sorry, Senko had no business winning that, but they held on. They executed when they need to, and let's be honest. Let's be really honest. Let's keep it a buck. They got very lucky in several respects. Fate willed it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think Chikara Kittens deserve that a little bit more. Like, a tiny bit more. But it's not about who deserves it. It's about who scores the final goal. And Senko's got it done.
Yeah, so sometimes you just gotta be like, luck is a part of it, and you gotta accept that. You gotta hold that. And chips fell, dice fell, dice rolled, everything that really needed to go Sengo's way, it went their way.
Yep.
Okay.
It came down to securing the final goal. They got it done. But their journey's not over yet. They're not up next, but they'll be up in a bit after our next game. So don't go anywhere. The qualifier games are next. And we're back from a bit of craziness in the previous game. We're here to a calm finale qualifier, where if you win, you're in the finale, and if you lose, you get one more shot. It's God's Strongest Soldiers versus the Unrestrained Souls. And how do you feel after that one, B-Flare?
Frankly, I feel you jinxed it. But yeah, we are going to see. We're going to see who goes on. Unrestrained Souls just came off of a very, very nice match earlier today. So we're looking to see if they can stay warmed up, stay hot. God's Strongest Soldiers as well. And I believe both of these teams have some very interesting things in store for us.
Yeah, we'll have to see when we get into game. It looks like we're on Night Market, another classic map. If you think of Atlas Lab first, you probably think of Night Market second, but they're two very different ones, right? At Lab, most characters are viable. You can pick pretty much everything and it'll do fine. Night Market's quite different. Certain characters are a lot better than the others because the clearly defined lanes and speed is going to be a huge factor in the game that we see here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Night Market is a bit of a different beast than a lot of the usuals, just because of, like you said, how the lanes go. So you can see a lot of different, dare I say it, almost like unique playstyles, kind of like what we saw like last game, but more expected, just because you're trying to maximize what these different teams, like what these different characters can take advantage of.
Well, heading into draft now, God's Strongest Soldiers. Katyusha Kurtz is a player that we've seen in the past, but overall, God's Strongest Soldiers not a team we see in the finale too often. I don't think they've been in the finale. I don't think they hit bracket like too often. So overall, they're really just trying to push forward, find a big win here to make it to finale. Just here, straight up, like if you win, you're in the finale. Unrestrained Souls, on the other hand, we saw what they were capable of. They have quite a few fans, and I think their goalie was quite notable. Donowall, true to their name, was holding it down, while Mr. Pig, fantastic on the Zentaro offense. I noticed that Zentaro is open yet again here, and their comp's looking a little interesting. Drakkar and Atlas, though Drakkar is quite decent on this map, I gotta say. Quite pickable.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Drakkar can like dish out a whole lot of damage, and with these lanes, there's a lot less room to avoid all the projectiles that he's throwing at you. So I can definitely see Drakkar is definitely like a solid pick here. Atlas is also obviously very, very good, just because you can basically shut down a lane with Atlas, especially if you get the right build. It's just like you don't get to play on that lane for like a couple seconds. So definitely gonna see how that shakes out. I noticed that Asher got banned for Kurtz and instead went for Mako, which also very, very good on Night Market in particular. You were talking about speed, and Mako helps with that.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Misael can find some scoring plays here, but it's actually the Aimi that does it a lot more. The Aimi is, oh, I saw this right before, but it's not CHQ. It's Rico Polo. That is the Aimi. And Misael and Rico Polo combining quite well to find the scoring pressure early here. And of course, Atlas very good at upfront anti-stuff, but when the opposing team goes around you, Atlas a lot less effective.
Yeah, ooh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Got pushed back into the goal line, did Misael, and now they've got to deal with like this power play. Don't seem to be getting a whole lot of it done for. Barely managed to save that. Like you were kind of like saying, like Donowall, great defensive player, but we all know like the intrinsic weaknesses of Atlas, and that is that Atlas does not like to run. He walks. He will not be shaken. So sometimes you can just kind of like you mentioned, shoot around him. So something that they're going to have to keep in mind, both sides.
Donowall, though, still managing to defend for quite a while here as Misael gets brought low once again. Mr. Pig's damage output is coming into play here. And this Drakkar Stealth comp is reminding me of a certain NASA team that I told to play this comp, and they found decent success with a long time ago when NASA first started. But this open net's a little too large, and it will be Rico Polo getting the first goal.
Very nice angle from Rico Polo. Is very just on target. So early goal, early lead, and we need to see if they can like keep that up. Because already initially I'm noticing, like you said, Mr. Pig doing a lot of damage. Sutton being very good in kind of like the additional damage support, just occasionally like sniping for the sake of, almost like that, and just a scrum that allowed Sutton and Pig to just get them off balance for a second and get the core in. Very nice.
Yeah, Sutton's follow-ups have been great. Donowall has been true to their name on the defense, making sure to hold it down even in that first point that they lost. But Mr. Pig has been the star of the show. Rapid fire 2 barriers taken in the previous point and trying to do the same thing here as well, setting it right past Demako's reach. And God's Strongest Soldiers, these are... Okay, so I got updated information from Kurikin. These 3 players all made it to OSAS 9 finale, but it wasn't as this team. It was on a different team. So this team as a whole is new, but Donowall has just murdered someone on the bottom side of the map with a strike shot.
So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, definitely, it seems in that case that there is now also the matter of how cohesively they can play together that may come into play. But if they've made it work so far, considering how far they've come, so, you know, nothing too sour to say about that as somebody else goes down. Misael just gets bopped trying to bop someone else.
Yeah, but flip available for Rico Polo. Almost gets a KO on Sutton with the dash flip. Unable to finish it off, though, and Mr. Pig is doing so much damage. This Drakkar is looking like quite the pick on this patch. And once again, Rico Polo brought so low. Mr. Pig, all it takes is one good shot to take out one of the forwards. So much damage dealt, both staggered. These lock and loads are going to be devastating, but Donowall does lose a barrier. But it gets a kill. Wow, on point.
Yeah, that was slightly unexpected, but yeah, already we're seeing what the problem is, and the problem is the pig. So they're going to have to kind of like think about this come the draft again. Just he got the shotty on. He's got the shotty ready. It's loaded. It's barking. So they're gonna have to find a way to play around that. Keep a full team for goodness sake.
Yeah, it's looking quite devastating here, but Misael trying to change what the play is with the barrier take, with a scoring attempt here. Defended away once again by Donowall as Sutton and Mr. Pig are going to try to find a shot, a snipe, to make sure it gets past Katyusha Kurtz. So far, though, unsuccessful. Donowall, though, gets it past, and Mr. Pig shotgunning it forward. The night market angle out of nowhere. A bit of an own goal from God's Strongest Soldiers, but Unrestrained Souls, they'll take that.
Unfortunate, but it's night market. Also, unfortunately, it happens. I said unfortunate like 3 times in a row. Okay. So, yeah, they're just going to have to find a way to keep that in mind. Both teams, I've noticed, have their weak points, have like, you know, like win conditions early on. So, I think the first draft is going to be where the game severely changes for these 2 teams in particular.
Yeah, that will be the case, but Misael is still incredibly low. Molten bolted, almost taken out. All it takes is one more shot, but managed to survive, get an orb for the time being. Donowall now thinking of how to find a kill. Mr. Pig will do it first. Another power play for the Unrestrained Souls, and a great expanse in the midfield by Donowall steals away a barrier. It feels like Unrestrained Souls know exactly who they're facing right now.
Yeah, actually, because there's been an almost, I want to say, concerted effort to just make sure Misael doesn't play the game. And yeah, like if they get pretty much anybody else, then, you know, sure, great, fantastic. But Misael seems to be their marked target.
Great shotgun by Mr. Pig to close out the point, a set win. And you know, when I was talking about Senko's, like, they need to focus on damage more. Unrestrained Souls are focusing on damage very, very well, and this is the face of a team that knows what their game plan is. And now with this draft, they're going to get a lot more comfortable. Speed is potentially here for the Atlas with Glass Cannon and Spark of Agility both on the table. Spark of Agility taken among Titans stares at me as a potential pick for the Aimee or the Estelle here. That could be huge, but of course the Catalyst needs to be a concern. I'm surprised the 1-2 punch wasn't taken by Mr. Pig though. That could have been a huge KO awakening.
Yeah, I think they may be banking. From the looks of it, I think they probably were banking on like there's no way they're gonna pivot to damage. Because, I don't know, that's kind of like what that pick said to me. They were confident they weren't going to try and pivot to damage. And then, you know, like Aimee got the 1-2 punch, and Misael got the adrenaline rush, so that tells me they might actually be pivoting to damage. So we're going to see how that plays out, because definitely the major priority needs to be, you know, like, roast the pig, kill the pig. The pig is the problem.
That's going to be a bit difficult, though, because Sutton picked up Deadeye, and now this Estelle is truly a sniper here, finishing off every single KO with the snipe. And Mr. Pig and Sutton comfortably walking forward. Kadyusha, a bit of an own barrier, unfortunately, and it seems that Unrestrained Souls don't care about giving over those damage awakenings. They're all about stabilizing the game, and Dono Wall is looking like a very stable wall right now, flipping it away. And once again, it's Mr. Pig running up, doesn't even need the flip, but uses it anyway to get the hits done.
Sometimes you just want to confirm. But yeah, that's just like Unrestrained Souls, unrestrained in scoring, unrestrained in damage. They kind of running roughshod early on. So that's just going to be a danger that God's Strongest are going to have to try and fight their way out of, but it's not looking grand.
It's difficult too. The reason why damage is so strong at the OSAS level is that a lot of teams, a lot of players focus on core control. We saw that with YAV12 earlier, who unfortunately lost. They were really good at scoring. They were dribbling like crazy. They were getting the pendulum swings, but the issue in their matchup was that they were getting killed. You know, like survival is something that players focus on as a secondary aspect of the game, because it is a secondary aspect of the game, but it also means that Unrestrained Souls, as a team playing damage like this, they have a big advantage because Misael and Rico Polo, they're struggling to survive right now.
Yeah, like you said, like Sutton has suddenly just gotten a sniper rifle, and it's just so that's like that's two characters with guns aiming at you. What you going to do about that? But that's also kind of like the thing. What are you going to do about it? And you can have all the core control in the world, but if you're dead, you can't control anything.
Yeah, Misael about to be taken out by the missile prop of Mr. Pig, looking dangerously low once again, but finds a scoop at the last possible moment despite being staggered. There's a goal for God's Strongest Soldiers, who do manage to survive for 1 point at the very least.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's kind of going to have to be the thing for God's Strongest. They are going to have a little faith, I think, is the overall goal, and trust, hopefully, that they won't die on these offensive pushes, or at the very least that the offensive pushes that they do make will be worth it. So that's just what I'm looking at like right now. They're going to be sacrificing a lot of life to try and make these goals and make these pushes, and they're going to have to try and find a way to accept that and play around it, or do something to like mitigate it in some fashion, though what that fashion is, I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough too, but they got Mr. Pig to 1 HP, but the fact that there's an Atlas on the team means that Mr. Pig has that kind of lifeline, defensive insurance. Not lifeline itself, that's now his special ability. Kadyusha now in a dangerous spot, manages to find a good strike for a clear, but again, Sutton is lurking. Sutton standing on top of Kadyusha. I mean, that's crazy. This Stell is playing at melee range.
Yeah, like that, it's kind of like you said, it's all about damage, and the fact that Sutton is delivering like all that damage, Mr. Pig is dealing out all that damage, means they can do that. Means Sutton can just kind of like sit in Curse's face and just be like, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Do something. And Curse can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the pressure's too much. Another point scored by Unrestrained Souls. 1 point away from a 2-0 lead from more damage awakenings, or maybe even just speed because of that spark pickup from Dono Wall. a lot of potential returns in the future. Misael with the flip available might be able to score here. These quick scoring plays are what the team needs, but it's going to be difficult because Dono Walls look pretty solid so far.
Yeah, I will say that their best opportunities seem to be at the beginning of plays, because once the timer starts ticking down, once things start going long, then things just get more and more in Unrestrained Soul's favor. God Strongest needs to like try and like score early. I think that's another tactic that they have been trying, but the problem is Dono Wall. Dono Wall is just very, very good at what they do, and it's like doesn't matter whether you're 1 second in or 50. Wall's got the blocks.
Does feel like Unrestrained Souls are getting a little impatient though. They're not focusing as much on the KO. They're not having that methodical damage gameplay. Instead, they're trying to score too much too early. And now the power play is turned around on them. Of course, they get a KO, but they lose both their barriers. And Mr. Pig's incredibly low. Dono Wall in a dangerous spot as well. That 1-2 punch, the core control aspect of that awakening is coming through for Rico Polo here, trying to find the snipe, but it's the barriers down, and maybe the end of the set anyway. And wow, Unrestrained Souls end up unpunished as a great shot by Mr. Pig closes out the set.
Yeah, it's just at this point, like for winning this, I'm not quite sure what God Strongest do for this. Like they've got peak performance, rapid fire, perfect form, a lot of good stuff, and Spark, like you said. Boom, there it is. That's a lot of speed on the table for a dude who is normally like just he's power walking now.
Yeah, and rapid fire for Drakkar. That missile prop shotgun's gonna get a lot more frequent. Peak performance and Big Fish though are great pickups for Misael and Rico Polo. That survivability is gonna be huge for them. But the question is, will it be enough? And the answer might be no, because Sutton has also picked up slightly more damage.
Yeah, Might of the Colossus. That's probably going to come in like underratedly effective. Just more damage on this team is just scary no matter which way you slice it.
Yeah, the additional power, not the biggest, of course. Might of the Colossus doesn't do that much in the power department, but the fact that it exists is huge. But so far, it's a core control game. The additional stagger helping Rico Polo and Misael stall out the damage for a little bit longer, but the little bit longer has ended. Misael is on death's door.
Yeah, Misael is dead. What you talking about? But yeah, it's I can definitely get like the wanting the stagger, the survivability, but right now it's just that there's just so much damage coming out of Unrestrained Souls that I think it's kind of like again, it's kind of like what do you do? But that's something that you can at least try to do. Very excellent denial. Try to clear. No sales at Misael. Right place, right time. They get a point on the board. Very nice.
Yeah, but it's slightly lucky too, right? Because it is not a reaction. It is a prediction. Good prediction to make. Good attempt to make overall. But those types of points aren't guaranteed. But those errors might make them guaranteed. Dono Wall, unfortunately, both barriers falling a tiny bit of an error means that Mr. Pig and Sutton have a lot of catch up to do right now.
Yeah, managed to keep both barriers safe. Had to flip to keep it, though. A little bit of an issue with the ensnare drums, I believe, but managed to make it work out. They still have both. They still have both barriers, and Unrestrained are on the defensive for this point. So they're just trying to force it through, and they do. Misael, very nice persistence. Did not let up on the play.
Chase the core all the way to the top side until the goal was found. God's Strongest Soldiers continue to turn it around. 2-0 up now. All it takes is one more goal for them to get a blank slate, to get another set to move on to. But, of course, they got to watch out for the damage.
Yeah, it's also kind of like what we were saying earlier. They're trying to find like these early barriers, and they're trying to just basically like end these points earlier before that kind of issue can happen. Misael just... They do not want Misael to play the game. Like, it's just... It doesn't seem to be in the cards for... It doesn't seem to be in the cards for him, so... Very worrisome, but they have been surviving for this point, so hopefully they can keep that going. And they do get the second barrier. Very nice. So now they've got to try and find a way to close out ASAP.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can find a passing play. Misael in position, but a good primary from Dono Wall forcing it away once again. The secondary goes wide. Misael, good evades to keep the pressure forward, and the passing plays from Rico Polo are connecting as well. The Incinerator Drums forcing an awkward spot, and now Misael full control. Can't quite get the second strike though, can't quite get the win box, but a last strike is perfect to maintain the speed. And 3-0 God Strongest Soldiers move on to another set.
They pulled it out. They made it very impressive. Like, despite what I said earlier, very impressive core control from them, because that's kind of like how they manage. They got the barriers early for the most part, and they held on until Misael, when weren't dead, managed to find a good spot to push things through. That very good offense, that umbrella. So now they get a little bit rewarded for it, although as that Atlas did get a third spark, so that's scary.
Third spark, and one of them's cooldown, one of them's speed. That Atlas is everything that they need to hold it down for what seems like forever. Mr. Pig got heavy impact. Sutton got Wait a second, I'm looking at the draft, and I'm like an Unrestrained Souls draft after that lost set.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like I said, 3 sparks, heavy impact, prime time for Sutton, for Estelle, I should say, and that is just frightening. On the other end, Misael desperately trying to survive, a little bit more resilience. Aerials for Kurtz trying to speed things up a little bit, and Happy Star for Aimi, which, you know, Aimi always wants the Happy Star. So it's not like it's a horrible draft for God's Strongest. That's the crazy thing. It's just the stuff that Unrestrained Souls got makes them much scarier in theory. So gonna have to see how that ends up playing out.
Yeah, that theory was practiced for half of it, right? They got the KO onto Misael, but they still haven't gotten a single barrier. Finally, the first one falls, but they need to get these a little bit more consistently during the power plays. Katyusha is holding way too well. Great goalie gameplay here, as Donawall is forced to defend the open net.
Yeah, God Strong is definitely... I don't want to say they found a strategy, but they do seem to be a bit more, I'm going to say, like, coherent together. And just general, like, they have plans, they have approach plans, and they have been turning up the aggression little by little, but that little by little adds up.
Yeah, but so far still being defended by Donawall. Misael, final shot perhaps, a glitch pop to the top side, a missed strike by Sutton, no! The missed strike spells disaster, and God's Strongest Soldiers, they're the ones who will survive. They still had a barrier up, well-deserved points in the end. And this reverse sweep's looking more and more likely with how they're playing.
Yeah, they're pulling it back, which, you know, good for them. That early barrier take, though, not pleasant. Don't let it shake you. Keep pushing, take control of the core, keep going forward. So, if they can, though, yeah, it's very likely. It's very possible. So, we're going to have to see if they can hold up. Very nice, very nice burst clear. And, yeah.
Ooh, Donawall, first real mistake here, though. Own barrier means that Misael and Rico Polo are going to try to attack the top one. Trying to find an advantage here are Unrestrained Souls. The shotgun not enough. Katyusha really punishing the lack of a true stuffing brawler on the side of Unrestrained Souls here.
Yeah, that is the one thing. They do have two characters that can kind of slow the offense down in Kazan and Mako for God's Strongest, and they have been doing their absolute best to take advantage of that. As overtime comes in right in the nick of time, Red Core gets the goal open on the side of Unrestrained Souls. They have to be very careful now. Mr. Pig trying to like kill, doing what they do best, but open goals for both sides now. It's gonna be very scary.
Oh, Donawall moves to the center of the field on Night Market. If he moved to the center, that spells doom, because it is so easy to get into the top and bottom corners. That's exactly what happens. God's Strongest Soldiers 2-0 up now in the set.
Donawall might be... I'm not going to say Donawall is cracking. Donawall is still doing very good, but, like, you do not want even the smallest mistakes. Not now. Not here.
Yeah, so Donawall, in terms of the early defense, was great, but I think they're kind of autopiloting. And when they get on a bad rhythm, it kind of all ends up falling apart here. because they were pre-striking a lot in the previous set as well, and I didn't want to point it out because it was working, but now it's not working anymore.
Right. So yeah, they've got to find a way to bounce back, because now God's Strongest are like feeling it. They've got a rhythm going. They've got mental momentum. They've got all of it. And Hot Shot for Aimee, built different for Misael, and that's gonna be great. Stacks on stacks, very good. Honestly, very good for both sides. I'm not even gonna say it's a bad draft for either side. They've evened out now, I think.
Yeah, but Sutton getting Fight or Flight last pick is a little bit crazy, right? That Estelle is going to be a lot more mobile, but the damage is what matters right now. Sutton on death's door now. One hit will do it, but surviving very well around the center, getting a barrier. And Godstrong and Soldiers over-focusing a little bit on the KO here as Sutton dances around the map. Barely staying alive, but barely is enough right now. Finally taken out by Misael. And the adrenaline rush from all the way back at the start of the game is coming into play here for what seems like the first time.
Honestly, better late than never is for any situation where you need an awakening to proc. Better late than never. So we need to see if they can hold on, though, because Misael very low, Ivy very low, and that's just a very scary situation. Nearly gets like a cross country flip shot.
Donawall once again autopiloting a little bit too much, missing the strike shots, missing the strikes. Not what you want to see here, but it might still be okay. Donawall just needs to calm down, and Mr. Pig and Sutton need to keep the offense under control. A strike board win is just enough. And despite it all, Unrestrained Souls, they're still in the lead.
Yeah, but that gap has been closed to inches now. So they, like you said, Donawall maybe been autopiloting a little bit. I can see it now that you made me think about it. So that's something that they cannot let happen. They've got to realize that, you know, this is still a game they can very much lose.
Yeah. What a series of 2 matches to have, right? The previous one went the longest distance possible, and this one is shaping up to go pretty long here, especially when Misael is controlling the core in the corner so well. Good defense by Donawall so far, and Misael is taking a lot of damage here. The orb stolen away as well by Donawall. Good awareness, and a barrier take by Mr. Pig, forcing out a bit of a misflip from the Aimee as well. Rico Polo now energyless, the team now barrierless. All it takes is one good shot as the clock ticks down to overtime.
Yeah, now it's God's Strongest that have been making a few flubs. I don't know if the tension's getting to him or not. That flip could come in really handy right now, but burnt it and no dice. Good denial on the counter flip from Donawall, though, so there's still a chance as this goes into overtime. Red cores might be coming out, and that could be a feast or famine for really either side.
Flip available for Mr. Pig. Oh, overcooks the angle, hits the bumper, and that's not what you want to see. Now it's Misael's turn, but a great expanse from Donawall. Well timed, well placed. Saves the day once again. Katyusha, great clear to the bottom side, and the shot barely goes wide. Misael on the rebound. Great clear by Donawall, though. Perfect angle to get out of there. Another expanse comes through as well. The Spark of Focus doing so much work with the triple spark, but finally the barrier's taken. Godstrong Soldiers, they're continuing to force the core forward despite the barrier disadvantage, and now the disadvantage is gone. All it takes is one more shot, but a good flip by Donawall sends it away. Mr. Pig and Sutton trying to find a snipe to close this one out, but Misael is the bigger threat as the core control Kazan.
Very, very scary back and forth. Had a couple of trying to predict the core and just too slow to catch it. But that was excellent save by Donawall. Barely managed to survive it. Core goes on a round the world trip, and I believe they will manage to hold out, until Misael comes back. Very, very scary situation for God's Strongest. They did manage to survive, but it's still Unrestrained Souls, I believe, that are the scarier threat right now. This core is flying. 88 miles per hour. You're gonna see some ish.
88? More like over 100 as Katyusha missed the timing there. Donawall will take those. Good awareness ascended rocketing to the other side. But Donawall scaring me, okay? If you look at Donawall when the core's on the other side of the field, they're moving up, they're moving down, they're getting nervous. And as a goalie, if you're moving in the wrong direction in overtime, if you're on the wrong side of the field, like, sometimes the goal will just fly in, like we saw against Katyusha. and both barriers are down here, so Donawall is scaring me.
Yeah, Donawall. I don't want to say. I don't want. Like, I kind of said it earlier. I don't want to say Donawall is kind of like cracking, but he might be cracking. But at this point, it's just. At this point, it's the offense that's kind of saving the day. It's not as much Donawall, as much as I hate to say it. Beautiful 1-2 shots. Just fed it up. The Misael rocketed into the goal. No, this is not over. This is far from over. Even though it's on like game point for Unrestrained Souls, they have to be very, very careful.
And both barriers are about to go down. They do on the same rebound. Great plays by Rico Polo as Misael has built up almost an entire flip here. One last hit will do it. Doesn't even need it. That's such a huge advantage for Godstrong and Soldiers. They score without using the flip. They didn't even have to build up the flip.
Yeah, no, Kars has flipped. Misael's about to get flipped. Ime's not even that far out from their flip, too. Donawall has flipped, though. Mr. Pig's about to get flipped. Last point, like set 5.5, whatever 5. This is end game. Trade a life for a barrier. Is it worth it? Let's find out.
It's not when that bounce happens. Sutton with the greatest shot of this OSAS season so far, but it's not over yet. The respawns come in. The Molten Bolt, Mr. Pig approaching. Flip available now, but the Ensnared Drums denied completely, and that shot might have done it, but it's not even close to over because the core control from Godstrong Soldiers has been so good. But Donawall holding strong when it matters most. Up to Sutton, looking for one last shot to close it out, and Katyusha fades away for no reason. And Sutton will secure the goal. Unrestrained Souls get out of there with a win.
They got out by the skin of their teeth, but escape they did, and Unrestrained Souls move on. And I'm going to be real with you. I feel like this game was more predicated on the mistakes that each team made, as opposed to like a super consistent offense, a super solid defense, even though there was a solid defense by, let's be honest, both sides. But the reason that this was as close as it was, and it may sound simple, it may sound obvious, but it's not as blatant as it might sound, that it was kind of like the mistakes that kept this close. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like most of the game was excellent play, right? But it really was the slight mistakes, the errors that shone through because the rest of the game was so close. Right. And some of the goalie habits really did get exposed there at the end, but it was still an incredible game, so incredibly close. Godstrong and Soldiers almost survived the damaged game plan of Unrestrained Souls, but in the end, I mean, I hate that was the reason why the goal went in, but Katyusha Kurtz faded away after the strike. Why'd you fade away? Just stay there.
Like everybody was on top. The goalie was on top. Even if, like, I personally believe that at that angle, even if the shot had went, down, you would have been able to get to it in time. Because there's no way that, like, from that angle, if I'm recalling the angle correctly, there's no way that, that goes down to, like, the killer corner without you being able to get there in time. That's just a little bit too much distance. So, like, anything shallower, you would have been able to get to. So, no, just stay up there.
Well, still an incredible game from two incredible teams. Set 5.5 for the second game in a row. And of course, Godstrong and Soldiers will get one more chance in the loser side, the third place tiebreak, the last chance qualifier for this week. But before that, the other side of the winners qualifiers, a bit of a lower matchup between Seraphim Crimson and Senko's Beloved Loafs is up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello everyone, we're back and we're on a bit of a huge matchup here, Senkos versus Crimson. And Kurikan used to be on Seraphim Crimson, now the coach for Senkos, and apparently these two teams also met in finale of last season's OSAS finale. So Seraphim Crimson won pretty convincingly there. So yeah, this is a bit of a matchup.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see. We're at Taiko Temple, so we've seen like Senko's earlier, I believe, played very interestingly, a very fun team. I'll be real, but we all know Seraphim Crimson, very dangerous, very skilled, very cohesive. So I firmly believe it's going to take more than, you know, some offbeat play to face them.
Yeah, and the thing about Crimson is that I'm never convinced when I see them pick Taiko Temple, because we're on Taiko Temple here and Crimson is on red side, which means that under the OSAS bracket rules they must have picked Taiko, and they like Taiko a lot, but yeah. I've personally never been convinced. Like, Crimson wins a lot, let's be clear, okay? But I'm just not a Crimson Taiko believer personally. We'll see if that changes here.
Yeah, we gonna see, but you know, like Senko, B-Knight goes again with the Luna, so you know, I'm kind of contractually obligated. Meanwhile, Cholesterol is kind of going nuts on the character select screen. I mean, like, pick your stuff.
I like the Kazan from Cholesterol. Cholesterol has looked best on the Kazan, I believe. On the other end, what the hell is Crimson picking?
Amy Atlas Finney?
What?
Okie dokie.
Well, so it's not a horrible comp, of course. Atlas forward is quite okay on this map, and especially when given some speed, is really unlocked to go forward in the field. But I really like Cholesterol's matchup here into this composition, and Babao, of course, with some good midfield pillars, will be able to do what Atlas does pretty much, but without having to be there.
Yeah, the only reason I can think of like for going this comp actually is Yugo maybe trying to go what I like to call artillery build with those cards. Just be semi-reliable, you know, like damage from way in the back while not risking getting hurt. Meanwhile, Malachi is just like, he's like pushing and trying to basically like force offense, so to speak. Prevent like midfield pushes. Does that make sense to you, or am I tripping?
Yeah, I think I was focused more on the damage end of this comp that we saw already, right? They have a lot of KO potential. Bani and Aimi, two of the higher damage characters in the game, and Atlas does have KO potential like we saw right there. But again, if Babao can play these rune pillars well, it's going to be hard for them to find offense. That's the first barrier that they took, and it's an overtime after 2 power plays.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be rough. But that's kind of like, again, kind of like what wow, cool. But again, that's kind of like what I'm talking about when I say like long distance artillery. You're talking about like trying to find offense. The cards don't really care about the pillars. So, you know, like as long as you can like get the right knockback awakenings, then, you know, like Finney's kind of good to go if they can nail these cards, which to be fair, Yugo has been. So we're going to need to see if that ends up playing out well for them. And in the meantime, very nice offensive attempt, very nice block and score by Cholesterol.
There were a lot of close moments there. Crimson had quite a few scoring opportunities, unable to find them though, unfortunately. But it is important that they're finding a lot of these opportunities, right? It's showing that they're feeling comfortable. That they had a lot of shots on goal as well. If they can just lock in those angles, I think they can bring that into a 1 game and a finale qualification. Cholesterol brought low once again. The damage potential looking quite devastating, as the pillars from Babao, though, on the core control, looking like a solo scorer right now. Goes for the ban. Overcooked it. Babao, why'd you banish that? You had the flip.
I actually can't give a reason for that. Babao just flinched for some reason. Like, Babao even baited out the flip. Like, you had the flip. You got everything. That was your score to make.
All good though. Still another chance here for Senko's beloved Loafs. Dash in from B-Knight unfortunately doesn't catch the core, but Hugo, no cooldowns left and can't save that one. 2-0 up for Senko's beloved Loafs, and this is a team that scales to the moon with Awakening. So, well, both teams scale insanely well, so it's going to be a bit of a scary game in the late game.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, really both of these scale for late game. Like I said, Yugo is... I'm convinced now, just looking at Yugo's play, trying to pay attention to them. Yugo's just trying to play like an artillery cannon. Just go all the way, just like stay in the back, hurl cards, and be a persistent like damage threat, which is not a bad situation. You know, that's not a bad role for this character. But it's going to be a bit of a rough road, especially with saves like that.
Yeah, great save by B-Knight. That was a scary spot to be in as Malachi dribbles forward. Malachi goes for the Strike War win, but gets banished away and cratered as a combo. Still has the flip, though, and still gets a simple goal. Senko's beloved Los don't finish their food and pay the price.
Yeah, Malachi kind of had to flip to kind of shake B-Knight off. B-Knight went top, thought he was gonna go high, and just straight shot in. So if they can like keep that kind of, you know, like mind game setup going, then grand. But it's going to be like scary. This is all going to be like a very high damage game in my opinion. Just looking at like both sides and what they can bring to the table, it's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, especially once we get into the late game, like you said.
All right, once again, Babao pushing forward, trying to find a good opportunity here with a banish on the midfielder to flip denied for now, but Tefong flips it away. Taking a lot of damage though, a KO would be huge if it's found on Tefong, but Babao is also incredibly low here. Needs to be careful when going for the orb and gets hit away once again. B-Knight now on the offense, but can't quite find the second hit, and Malachi now trying to find a good primary, but unable to do so. The barrier still standing.
Very, very good defensive play, honestly, by B-Knight. Been on top, been on point. Very nice shot. That Big Finish couldn't save it. So now open goal, and got to be very careful with how they position this core, especially because B-Knight has that threat of like just zooming in, because Cholesterol can kind of just like they all have like very good intercept abilities. So this is going to be very scary, very fast.
Oh, B-Knight, no, overcooks the clear there, right to Tefong, who does not let up on the pressure. A good shot to the bottom seals the goal. And now it's 0.5. Senko's beloved Loafs, they were 2-0 up. They had the control, but they need to finish it.
Yeah, and I think you've already kind of like spotted what's being a bit of an issue here. They are overcooking a lot of their plays, is Senko's. Like, they're trying to predict things that aren't happening, and I can understand why to a certain extent, but at the same time, sometimes you have to really figure out when to go for it and when to not. It's just an experience and judgment kind of deal, in my opinion.
All right, big opportunity here, but opportunity ruined by the Big Finish. Well played by Hugo to stuff the midfield, and a good flip by Tefong. Seraphim Crimson reverse sweep the first set, and that's exactly what they need to win this game.
Yeah, they are going to get their pick of the litter of Awakenings, and ooh, yeah, I can see some good things, but Luna is also right there in the second. I don't think this will be a bad draft for anybody, just like looking at it. I can see a lot of good stuff for everyone.
Yep. Heavy Impact, though, is a really confusing choice. That Awakening is almost useless on Luna. It only affects the special, and because it's capped at 3-second refund, it is quite awful. Might be the worst Awakening in the current rotation for Luna out of every Awakening in the game, so that's a bit confusing of a pick coming out from B-Knight. Everything else is pretty good, so that makes it all the more confusing.
Well, it said like impact abilities hit 20% harder. I thought the missile was an impact ability.
No, impacts are like AoEs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit of a horrible Awakening, unfortunately. The only Awakening that's worse than it for Luna is Explosive Entrance, which is literally just a Heavy Impact, but that's slightly lessened. And I think that Seraphim Crimson are pretty happy that that was taken, because they're the ones with a lot of power now.
Yeah, no, definitely. Specialized training on like Aimi that's going, especially with her special. Yes, please. Any day and twice on Sundays. Rapid fire for Yugo, all the sense in the world. Like I said, artillery gun coming online, and Malachi definitely loving that perfect form. Easier to push, easier to pressure. That was a bit of a ill-fated draft, let's say.
Yeah, and before it was like a sort of a meme on Luna, right? Oh, amazing clear by B-Knight, but can't get the strike word afterwards. Oh, that's a little tragic. But before, Heavy Impact was a tiny meme on Luna because technically you got quite a bit of refund if you hit 2 people with the ult. But they capped it at 3 seconds, so it is pretty useless now, unfortunately. And we're kind of seeing the effects of it here, right? A different awakening would have given B-Knight a lot more damage pressure or a lot more core control pressure, but instead they're stuck playing pretty much the same game here, forced to walk up and try and find an early clear away. But against Malachi, that's going to be difficult. Tefong doesn't quite find a scoring angle, but they're going to have so many more tries.
Yeah, it's just a very, very scary situation, and kind of speaks to how drafts can make or break a game or a set. So something definitely got to learn about. Also, got bounce housed into death. Never feels good.
Yeah, you're talking about artillery, and it is really coming into play here. Master Malachi set up for another Strike War win by Tefong. And Seraphim Crimson, they're looking like the team that makes it the finale pretty often, you know? You always see them contending for it, and it's looking like this is their qualification game for this season.
Yeah, no reason not to. Got plenty of good things on deck for Crimson. Fight or flight gets taken. I could see something going down for like the eye meet, just the dead eye denial. It's not looking great. It's not looking good.
Yeah, Deadeye plus spec training on this Firewall Sentry is going to make it so difficult to defend against that. Missile Prop on the Loon is a fine consolation prize, but it is once again Seraphim Crimson exiting the draft a lot happier here. Fight or flight on the Atlas is probably the biggest one because Malachi will be flying across the field to Bonk with the Deadeye, finds the Cyber Swipe KO, and it might be curtains.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot else to say on that one. I think they just got everything they wanted. Yugo is backline artillery. Tefong is frontline artillery. Master Malachi is just the implaceable, the unstoppable object, force, one of those two. I don't forget which is which. Point is, not looking great.
Definitely not. Still not impossible though, because of course Omega Strikers is a game of striking and Omegas, and no, that's not what I was going for. But Malachi is still as strong as ever, stronger than ever. Moving forward, the big finish is going to be huge for the scoring potential here on this barrier. Great bounces by Tefong to keep the core under control, and the Firewall Sentry is such a threat, but a good strike will win by B-Knight. Is making it difficult. The defense is there from Senko's for a moment at the very least.
Yeah, and they do take the barrier. They do have a chance for an offensive push here. They just need to find some way to make it happen. B-Knight nearly in a great position. Doesn't quite get it, though. So, yeah, they're going to have to... At this point, it's like we have to play better than them. Just out-mind game them, out-position them, hard skill them. You know what I mean?
Oh, and that flip was a last-ditch effort to try and do that, but now it is up to Cholesterol in the 1v1, but Yugo has the read, but a second time... It's a little bit too difficult against the Kazan in the 1v1 without any cooldowns. Valiant effort by Yugo, but it is 1-1. It is a goal for Senko's. They're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, Kazan can be so excellent in those 1-1s because you try to run the ones with him and he basically gets a do-over if he judges your clear attempt. While you're just like, no, let's try that again, shall we? And this time you're just not in the good position to deal with it. It's just very rough.
Alright, Cholesterol and Babao. Babao's on death's door, but gets a pillar down and gets away. But a double barrier own goal from Tefong. Wait a second. Big chance for Senko's if they can push onto the offense here. After those barriers were taken by the own teammate here. But Malachi is still a threat. Banished away now. Crater, top side, dangerous spot. And B-Knight gets clipped. by the Cyber Swipe to Funk, redeeming themselves after taking 2 barriers.
Yeah, that was a very frightening moment, but like you said, to Funk with the Cyber Swipe, make sure they can't hit the cord, make sure that it basically confirms it. So basically on game point, it's very do or die at this point. And speaking of die, that is not the best start.
Definitely not. We'll see if they can hold on, though. Very possible with the Rune Pillar. Still a dangerous spot with Maokai up front, but B-Knight sends it away past the big finish to Crater, forcing out evades, but the one who's low is Cholesterol. Under a lot of fire right now. The Firewall Sentry as well, forcing down the top barrier. Maokai looking for the second. Tefong finding a bounce. The primary not enough, though, as Cholesterol sends it forward. Maokai sends it backwards. Big opportunity, but Babao and Cholesterol are way too low, taken out, and Cholesterol is about to be erased as well.
Yeah, just very unfortunate. Like, this might be it. If they can get this barrier, they do. Big Finish comes out, Crater Maker comes out, but this is looking like this is their dying gasp. They have to do something right the heck now.
And Maokai might be closing the game out here. Flip available, but it's a hit stun from the Astral Projection to Seraphim Crimson. Make it to the finale.
That's all she wrote. Just 3 and out. Honestly, very clean play from Seraphim Crimson. Nothing super outrageous. They just pushed. They made sure their offense was consistent and sustained, and Senko couldn't really... They tried in several positions, and there were some scoring opportunities for them, but it just wasn't persistent enough, and Crimson was just too much of an onslaught, especially after that unfortunate draft by B-Knight.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is, you know? Seraphim Crimson, they're consistent for a reason. They make it to finale for a reason. And we'll see if they can finally graduate from OSAS this season, Season 10. It would be quite fitting. But we'll see that after the break. We'll be right back and when we'll be right back, we'll have the final match. Don't go anywhere. Final game, Senko's Beloved Loafs versus God's Strongest Soldiers. And this is the last chance, right? We've seen what happens. Last week, the Fool's Cups were so close and missed their opportunity. And that's why, especially in this losers qualifier, you don't want to miss your opportunity.
Yeah, no, this is kind of it. So they're really going to want to try and adapt any lessons that were taken from their recent losses. Try to make some fixes. Try to tighten up their coordination or their game plan, or heck, their draft order. Anything that they can think of that they can like try and fix here and now, especially in this map.
Yeah, the power of Red Side on the OSAS format, in the OSAS format, is that you get to pick the map after the other team does 3 bans, so you can often take them to your comfort. And Gates of Obscura, picked by God's Strongest Soldiers, might be what pushes them over the edge in terms of having the advantage here.
So yeah, definitely gonna see, and I don't know what was up with that ban, but we are seeing like Mako come out from B-Knight going off the Luna, which frankly, here, completely understandable. Aimi on, like, Bibao on the Aimi, although might be thinking now?
Yeah,
Nope.
Aimi and Now are both very solid. I do like the Aimi though. I think Bibao has performed very well with it, and also Aimi is just a crazy character. Got nerfed, so got a compensation buff in damage for some reason, and continues to be a huge priority pick. But speaking of picks that are priority on this patch that have changed from the previous patch, Vice and Drakkar, 2 of the lowest priority picks, bottom of the Nassau pick tables of the previous patch. They're here now, and for good reason. This is a different patch.
So this is gonna be exciting. We got a bit. There might be a bit of a show on this map, especially like mind the portals, people, because that's probably because with this kind of comp, that is going to be like the game changer for your usual tactics.
Wait a second. Siege Machine start? Well, you're picking Vice Drakkar on Siege Machine start? Wait, that doesn't sound too correct here. I think Bibao and Bina are going to have a pretty happy time, but I think the Sparks are much more of an attraction here than the Siege Machine. I don't know why anyone would Siege Machine, if I'll be honest. That those Sparks hold great potential in terms of bringing the draft in your favor, and Cholesterol making full use of that Kazan power in the 1v1, getting the first goal.
Yeah, definitely very useful for either team, the Sparks, and you know they are going to be fiending for any Sparks they can find, like off of jump, especially I feel Kurtz. So that first draft is going to be a bit of a doozy. However, I will say this, I kind of get the Siege Machine start for Rasmus. I don't know about Vice, but Rasmus, I could see it.
Well, I'll have to agree to disagree with you there, because I don't see it on both. But Cholesterol doesn't care, not even wondering about any awakenings, because Kazan scoring is Kazan scoring. Finds a good flip, finds the goal, and Cholesterol remains a consistent player here.
Yeah, just been very good, very persistent, very aggressive, very unafraid to take damage. So unsurprising that they're going to kind of be the flag bearer, so to speak, for this team and the vanguard, with Bao trying to do their best to add on to when they can, and also take over for when one of them dies like that.
Really good fireball sentry by Bibao, set up at the perfect time. Katyusha getting a little mixed there, and a well-deserved MVP coming through for Bibao. That spark of focus arriving, but
There's
yeah,
a lot.
I mean, the answer is obvious, right? Like, taking it here is obvious, but like, man.
I mean, say what you got to say. But I mean, I am kind of liking the rest here. Aerials on Drakkar, which again, that's one of those things. I don't know if you've seen. I've definitely seen it in the European leagues. People take aerials on Drakkar, and it's proven surprisingly effective. So I'm not too surprised by that. That hot shot on Rasmus, peak performance on Kazan, just all looking very good. Yikes! Also.
Yeah, Aerials on Drakkar is a pretty universal classic. It gives that extra dash range, it gives a little bit extra shotgun range, everything that Drakkar wants. So it is pretty good here, but Katyusha in quite a bit of trouble as both barriers fall. It is a little tough that Babao had to give up that Timeless Creator, but made the correct choice, right? Started with the Spark, got another Spark, and if the next draft is a Babao first pick and another Spark appears, it might be curtains.
Yeah, like, it hurts now, but, you know, good medicine tastes bad. I was about to reverse that and do something horrible. But yeah, good medicine tastes bad in this case, so we'll see if that works out for him. Hopefully, like, if they do get this next MVP, then yeah, very much will.
Well, if you reverse that, isn't it true too? Like, bad medicine tastes good. You know, sugary drinks taste. Anyway, you know, I'm overcooking. Moving on real quick. But Babao and Cholesterol rushing forward to try and find a scoring play through the portals, but there's no one there on the top side. But I don't think both these teams are too comfortable with gates from what I'm seeing in the gameplay. They both kind of seem like they were expecting the other team to be less comfortable.
Yeah, actually, I didn't notice that, but I kind of attributed it to like warming up. But yeah, I kind of see it because there's like some very weird passing sequences. I think, like, that's not just me, right?
Yeah, I think Senko's definitely doing slightly better though, because I think Cholesterol is playing comfortably, Babao's playing comfortably, and especially in the corner there, goes down but takes a barrier, 2 barriers actually, and Senko's Beloved Loafs. They're looking brilliant here. They're not really playing gates. They're just playing the corner with Cholesterol. And now through the portal it goes. Stalled out for a while as Cholesterol follows through. Katyusha! People can go through the portals too. Oh no, didn't expect that at all. And it's a 2-0 lead for Senko's Beloved Loafs.
Yeah, Kurtz was shooting. Kurtz was busy aiming at somebody else. Forgot what the core was for a half second. And yeah, Aimi getting rewarded for it. Take your pick. You want more strength, more resilience? Which one? Aimi's loading up on these sparks. Very, very scary. So now they've got to worry about this. This denies any kind of like spark build whatsoever from the other team. Yeah.
And the Cholesterol benefits a massive amount as well. 2 sparks, one of them being resilience, means that even while in the corner, you'll be able to tank quite a long time here. So I think Senko's Beloved Loafs have all the tools they need. They got a Speed Awakening on B-Knight as well. They got everything.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So very, very excellent draft for Senko's. Not even that God's strongest. Not even that they had a bad draft. That's not even a bad draft for anybody. It's just Senko's got exactly what they wanted and needed. They're just improving their game, and they're just, I forget the term for it, but they're just getting better and better.
Yep, Cholesterol has a massive health bar, has all the stagger necessary to survive now, and the scoring plays are coming in. B-Knight with the infinite rebounds through the portals. Okay, overcooked that one, slows it down a little bit, but still is there to follow up. Cholesterol getting the core once again, as B-Knight gives them speed. A bit of a weird flip here, but Babao does chip damage to Misael, who could be going down any second now. Rico Polo desperately trying to find a good Supernova to try and find a KO, but Cholesterol is just too tanky here. Misael trying to find an opportunity, but it's once again Cholesterol pushing forward. Good defense by Kurtz, but it's a permanent defense for them as they can't mount a solid offense.
That was an incredible. That was just like an incredible dive at an incredible angle. Caught that core perfectly. Cholesterol, like, level 5 and has the health bar of almost, I want to say, like 9-10. It's wild.
Probably more. The level health is not as much as this monster of a Kazan, I think. this cholesterol guy barely got brought to half by special from Rico Polo. So that is quite ridiculous here. On the other end, this Rasmus could get swatted any instant now, like a fly, by the strike of B-Knight even, but it's just a pull from cholesterol that does the job. Rico Polo with a flip, trying to find the barrier, does succeed in doing so. Maybe a chance with a good shot, but it's still so tough when Senkos are being this consistent.
Yeah, like they are kind of chunking these health bars when they let fly. So very dangerous. Exactly like that. That was just like 1, 2, flip for the confirmed kill from Bvow. That was just nasty.
And this barrier is soon to fall, but no, they don't get it just yet. B-Knight barely getting there in time, but does get it through the portal, does slow the offense. Once again, Cholesterol, great strike war, and still surviving, barely taking any damage here. Portal pass, but a strike war lost. Dangerous spot now for B-Knight, who gets a little bit too ambitious in playing with the portals and gets punished by Misael. Godstrong Soldier's not out of it just yet.
Yeah, no, Misael just easily saw that when B-Knight tried to get it through the portal. Misael was just like, nope, and you're out of position. Let me just pop this in real quick. So something they have to like keep in mind, because like those portals are a double-edged sword. They can cut both ways.
Absolutely. Katyusha now sending it through, looking for the barrier, take on the other end, successful in doing so, but about the Cholesterol looking for these strikes, but Katyusha's on point with the defense. Lock and loads perfectly timed, and Babao can't get it through the portal. Bit of a misplay here. The Supernova comes through, and both barriers are taken. It looks like Godstrong Soldiers have finally warmed up.
Yeah, it's not only that they've been warming up, they're playing a bit more consistently. There's just a few more mistakes that are coming out of Senkos. It's just they're making easy mistakes, and that's costing them.
Yeah, like Babao missing the portal, but that glitch pop's right on target, 1 point away from sealing their qualification. Yeah, but you're totally right. Babao has missed the portal when trying to pass it to the portal, I think the past 4 times now, and the effects do show.
Yeah, like at some point portals can be great, but at some point they're not worth it. Just pass it forward normally. But you know, like if they can score anyway, if they can win it, then bam. But see, that's kind of like what I was talking about. That earlier portal pass that just gave B-Knight more time to reposition than I think a standard pass would have. So it's something that you have to keep in mind in this. Like the portals are not like a free pass. It's not like a free offensive positioning. Not by any means.
Babao now almost dead, about to be taken out here, but still Cholesterol pushing forward in the corner. Too much health to deal with here. Still surviving now, trying to find a bounce through. Babao staggered and knocked back to the perfect position to close the game. And Senko's beloved Loaves take the final spot.
If I had a nickel for every time somebody got bounced by the opposite team in the perfect position to score on that team, well, it's still not common, but I'd have 2 nickels.
Well, Senko's beloved Loaves, they managed to do it. They make it happen. Bit of a tragic week previously, but this week is more than good enough, and they will make it to the finale.
Yeah, that was just that was quicker than I felt almost that it should have been, if that makes sense. But quicker than it felt, I would say, in the heat of the moment too. So that's wraps. They go through. Congratulations.
Yeah, the 3 teams making it from this week are the Unrestrained Souls. That team looked confident. Seraphim Crimson, the classic, and Senko's beloved Loaves. And with that, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for playing. And I guess the next thing that's really on the schedule, because this week's a break week for the league. I guess the next big thing on the schedule is Nasty Finals on Monday. So don't miss that, everyone. We'll see you then. Good night.
Peace out.